Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Rain fell in steady whispers against the cobblestones of the Narrows, each droplet finding its way between ancient stones that had weathered more than a century of Gotham's secrets. Batman moved through the narrow alleyways like a shadow given form, his cape collecting moisture from the perpetual mist that seemed to rise from the very foundations of this forgotten district. Here, where Gotham's oldest buildings leaned against each other for support, the city showed its true age. Weathered brick, iron fire escapes that groaned in the wind, and gas lamps that flickered with uncertain light. The Narrows had always been different from the rest of Gotham. While other districts had embraced modernity with varying degrees of success, this maze of interconnected streets and hidden courtyards remained stubbornly rooted in the past. Steam rose from manholes like incense, and the sound of water moving through unseen channels created a constant, almost musical backdrop to the night's investigation. "Master Bruce?" Alfred's voice came softly through the cow's communication system. "Dr. Tompkins has confirmed 3 more cases at the clinic. The symptoms remain consistent: high fever, delirium, and that peculiar sensitivity to light. Most concerning of all, each patient speaks of hearing voices calling to them from below ground." Batman paused beneath a flickering gas lamp, rainwater running off his cape in steady streams. The lamp's yellow glow cast dancing shadows on the wet cobblestones, creating patterns that seemed to shift and move with each gust of wind. Any connection between the victims? All residents of the Narrows, all discovered near storm drain entrances or abandoned subway grates. Dr. Tompkins notes that several mentioned following the sound of children laughing, though no children were found in the vicinity of their collapse. The sound of his own footsteps on wet stone was muffled by the constant background symphony of dripping water, distant steam pipes, and the occasional skitter of small creatures moving through shadow. The Narrows had always been home to Gotham's forgotten, those who found safety in the district's maze-like layout and relative isolation from the city's more violent neighborhoods. Batman approached the latest incident site, where yellow police tape fluttered like prayer flags around a storm drain entrance. The grate had been pulled aside, leaving a dark opening that seemed to breathe with the city's hidden circulation system. Detective Harvey Bullock's investigation notes, shared through Oracle's network, described the scene. An elderly man found unconscious, muttering about rats the size of children, and voices that promised safety below. The grate was opened from the inside, Batman observed, examining the twisted metal. The iron bars were old but strong. It would have taken considerable force or specific tools to bend them out. More interesting were the scratch marks on the surrounding stonework, patterns that suggested claws rather than conventional tools. Alfred's voice carried a note of concern through the gentle static of the communication system. "I've been researching the historical records as you requested. The Narrows sits atop Gotham's original sewer system, built in the 1800s by a man named Otus Flanagan. The city records show his work was exemplary, but there are gaps in the documentation. Entire sections of the underground network that were sealed and forgotten after a series of incidents. Batman's enhanced vision analyzed the scratch marks, finding patterns that were disturbingly organic. The gouges in the stone were too regular to be random, too purposeful to be accidental damage. Disappearances, primarily. Workers who went into the tunnels and never returned. The official reports blame cave-ins and flooding, but there are unofficial accounts. Stories of a man who claimed dominion over the spaces beneath the city. The workers called him the Rat Catcher, though his real name appears to have been erased from most records. A soft sound echoed from the storm drain. Not quite human, not quite animal. Batman positioned himself near the opening, listening to the complex acoustics of the underground system. Water moved through multiple channels, creating layers of sound that could easily mask footsteps or voices. But beneath the water's music, something else moved with purpose and intelligence. "I'm going down," he said quietly, activating the cowl's enhanced audio systems. "Monitor my position and maintain communication. If these tunnels are as extensive as the records suggest, you could become lost for days," Alfred finished. "I shall maintain constant contact and guide you through the historical maps as needed. Master Bruce, be careful. The records speak of a man who spent so long below ground that he forgot how to live in the light." Batman lowered himself through the storm drain entrance, his boots finding purchase on rungs that were slick with decades of moisture. The air below was thick and warm, carrying scents of rust, decay, and something organic that might have been compost or might have been something less pleasant. His cowl's filtration system engaged automatically, protecting him from potential pathogens while allowing him to analyze the atmospheric composition. The tunnels stretched in both directions, disappearing into darkness that his enhanced vision could penetrate only partially. The walls were lined with brick that had been laid with obvious craftsmanship. Whoever had built these passages had intended them to last. Iron pipes ran along the ceiling, some still functional, others corroded into lace-like patterns that created complex shadows in his cowl's display. The original blueprints show this tunnel connecting to a central hub approximately 200 meters to your east, Alfred reported, his voice maintaining its calm, reassuring tone despite the circumstances. However, the sealed sections I mentioned appear to branch off from that hub. If someone has been living down there, they'd have access to a significant portion of the city. Batman agreed, moving carefully along the tunnel. His footsteps were silent, but the water dripping from above created a natural rhythm that could mask other sounds. Every few meters he paused to listen, analyzing the audio patterns for anything that didn't belong to the normal functioning of the underground system. The tunnel walls showed signs of modification, openings that didn't appear on any official blueprint, passages that had been carved or expanded by hand. Some were barely large enough for a child to crawl through, others wide enough for adults. The pattern suggested a network within the network, a secondary system designed by someone who understood the infrastructure intimately. A soft chittering sound echoed from somewhere ahead, followed by the patter of small feet moving quickly across stone. Batman froze, letting his enhanced hearing analyze the sound. Multiple creatures, moving in coordination rather than random scurrying. The acoustic signature suggested rats, but their behavior was unusually organized. "Alfred, the records you found about the original builder, what happened to him?" Otus Flanagan disappeared in 1887, shortly after the tunnel system was completed. The official report states he fell into one of his own construction sites, but witnesses claimed he had been acting strangely for months. He spoke of hearing voices in the tunnels, claimed the rats were trying to communicate with him. His fellow workers believed he had been affected by some form of gas leak or toxic exposure. Batman continued forward, noting how the tunnel began to widen as he approached what the blueprints indicated was the central hub. The air carried new scents now, not just decay and moisture, but cooking food, wood smoke, and the indefinable smell of human habitation. Someone was indeed living down here, and they had been for some time. The hub opened before him like a cathedral of brick and iron. The space was vast, with tunnels branching off in 8 directions like the spokes of a wheel. Gas lamps had been installed at regular intervals, their flames providing warm, flickering light that created constantly shifting patterns on the curved walls. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Whoever had built this space had possessed both engineering skill and an artist's eye for proportion and beauty. But it was the modifications that caught Batman's attention. Platforms had been built along the walls, connected by rope bridges and narrow walkways. Gardens of mushrooms grew in carefully tended beds, their pale caps glowing faintly in the gaslight. And everywhere, moving through the shadows with purposeful grace, were rats. Not the diseased, desperate creatures one might expect in a sewer, but sleek, healthy animals that moved with obvious intelligence. They carried small objects between their teeth, bits of metal, fragments of cloth, pieces of food. They were building something, or maintaining something, with the organized efficiency of a construction crew. Remarkable, a voice said from the shadows above. Most visitors don't make it this far without invitation. Batman looked up to see a figure perched on one of the elevated platforms, a man of indeterminate age, dressed in clothes that might once have been elegant, but had been patched and modified for underground living. His hair was long and unkempt, but his eyes were sharp and intelligent. Around him, dozens of rats sat in perfect stillness, watching Batman with expressions that seemed almost thoughtful. "You must be the one they call Batman," the man continued, climbing down to the hub's main floor with surprising agility. "I am Otus Flanagan, though most surface dwellers have forgotten that name. Down here I am simply the Ratcatcher." "You're supposed to be dead," Batman said quietly, his voice carrying clearly in the acoustically perfect space. "The records show you disappeared over a century ago." Flanagan's laugh echoed off the curved walls, creating harmonics that seemed to resonate with the hub's natural frequency. "Time moves differently down here. The city above changes, but these tunnels remain constant. I built them to last, and they have become more than I ever imagined possible." Batman studied the man carefully. Despite claiming to be over 100 years old, Flanagan appeared to be perhaps 60, weathered but vigorous. His movements were precise, economical, and his rats responded to gestures so subtle they were nearly invisible. "The people above are getting sick," Batman said. "The symptoms suggest some form of infection, possibly transmitted through contact with contaminated water or air from the sewer system." "Sick?" Flanagan's expression shifted, showing genuine concern. "That was never the intention. We have been calling to them, yes, inviting those who are lost to find sanctuary below, but harm them? Never." He gestured, and several rats approached, carrying what appeared to be a leather-bound journal. Flanagan accepted it carefully, treating the book with obvious reverence. "I have maintained records of everyone who has joined our community. Each came willingly, seeking refuge from the hardships above." Batman accepted the journal, his cowl's systems analyzing the pages as he flipped through them. The entries were detailed, written in a clear hand that showed no signs of mental deterioration. Names, dates, circumstances that had brought each person to the underground community. The most recent entries described people who were desperate, hungry, or fleeing violence, exactly the kind of individuals who might be tempted by promises of safety and food. "These people," Batman said, indicating the journal, "the surface world believes they're missing. Their families are looking for them." Flanagan's rats had begun moving in complex patterns around the hub, carrying messages between the various tunnel entrances. Their behavior was clearly communicative, though the exact meaning remained opaque to an outside observer. Many had no families, Flanagan replied sadly. The forgotten ones, the discarded ones. We offered them purpose, community, a chance to contribute to something meaningful. He gestured toward the elevated platforms, where Batman could now see faces peering out of what appeared to be comfortable living spaces. But if some came here while ill, if they brought sickness with them, Alfred, Batman subvocalized, are you getting this conversation? Yes, Master Bruce, I'm cross-referencing the names in that journal with missing persons reports. Several matches already, but you're right. Many of these individuals were homeless or estranged from family, people whose disappearances might not have been immediately noticed. Flanagan was studying Batman with obvious curiosity. You protect the surface world, but do you understand it? The way it discards those who cannot keep pace, who lack the resources or connections to maintain their place in society. Down here, everyone has value. Everyone contributes according to their abilities. Batman looked around the hub again, seeing it with fresh perspective. The modifications weren't random or desperate. They represented years of careful planning and construction. The air filtration system that used carefully positioned plants and minerals. The waste management that recycled everything useful. The communication network that relied on trained animals rather than technology that could fail or be monitored. It's impressive, he admitted, but people above ground are getting sick, and at least some of them were infected after contact with your community. We need to find the source of the contamination. A small figure emerged from one of the tunnel entrances, a girl of perhaps 10 years old, moving with the same confident ease as Flanagan himself. She was clean and well fed, wearing clothes that had been carefully mended and adjusted for underground living. Mr. Otis, she said, her voice carrying clearly in the acoustic space. The new ones are asking about their families again. Should I bring them to talk to you? Flanagan's expression softened as he turned to the child. Of course, Sarah, and perhaps they would benefit from speaking with our visitor as well. He looked back at Batman. Sarah came to us 6 months ago, after her grandmother passed and no relatives could be found to care for her. She has become one of our most skilled tunnel guides. Batman knelt to Sarah's eye level, keeping his movements slow and non-threatening. Sarah, some of the people who've come down here recently brought a sickness with them. We need to help them get better, but we also need to make sure this sickness doesn't spread to others. The girl's expression was serious beyond her years. The coughing ones, Mr. Otis has been keeping them separate in the old quarantine chambers, but they keep talking about going back up to find their friends. Show me, Batman requested gently. Sarah looked to Flanagan, who nodded approval. She led them through one of the smaller tunnels, her movements sure despite the dim lighting. This passage was older than the main hub, built with different techniques and materials. The walls were lined with small chambers, each sealed with heavy doors that could be opened from the outside. The original builders included these spaces for medical isolation, Flanagan explained as they walked. Cholera outbreaks were common when the tunnels were first constructed. I've maintained them according to the original specifications. They reached a chamber where soft voices could be heard through the thick door. Sarah produced a large iron key, unlocking the space to reveal a surprisingly comfortable room where 3 people sat around a small table. All showed signs of the illness Batman had been investigating. Fever, pale skin, and an obvious sensitivity to even the dim light from the corridor. These are our newest residents, Flanagan said softly. Eban arrived 4 days ago, already showing symptoms. We've been caring for them as best we can, but their condition hasn't improved. Batman activated his Cowl's medical scanners, analyzing the patients from a safe distance. The readings were concerning. Elevated temperature, unusual brain activity patterns, and signs of a parasitic infection that didn't match any known pathogen in his databases. Alfred, I'm uploading medical data now. These symptoms don't match anything in our files. Receiving the data now, Master Bruce. I'll contact Dr. Tompkins immediately and begin cross-referencing with historical medical records. Given the age of these tunnels, we might be dealing with something that hasn't been seen in decades. One of the patients looked up as Batman approached, her eyes reflecting the light strangely. You're the one they told us about. The Protector. Are you here to take us back to the cold? I'm here to help, Batman replied gently. But I need to understand what happened to you. How did you first become ill? The voices, another patient said, his words slurred by fever. They promised warmth, safety, food. We followed them down through the old subway entrance on Mercy Street. But the voices, they weren't human voices. Sarah tugged at Batman's cape, drawing his attention. They're not the first ones to talk about voices. Others have mentioned hearing children calling to them or seeing lights in the storm drains. But we don't make those sounds. We don't call people that way. Flanagan's expression had become troubled. If something else is drawing people to the tunnels, something that isn't part of our community. A new sound echoed through the passages. Not the organized chittering of Flanagan's rats, but something wilder, more chaotic. It seemed to come from deeper in the tunnel system, from directions that weren't shown on any of the blueprints Alfred had provided. The sealed sections, Batman realized. Something is living in the parts of the tunnel system that were officially abandoned. Master Bruce? Alfred's voice carried new urgency. Dr. Tompkins has identified the pathogen. It's a parasitic organism that was thought to be extinct, last documented in Gotham during the 1880 AS. The historical records describe it as transmitted through contact with infected animals, particularly rodents. But the concerning part is that it doesn't just cause physical symptoms. Advanced stages include auditory hallucinations and an irresistible compulsion to seek dark, enclosed spaces. The pieces were beginning to form a pattern. Something in the abandoned sections of the tunnel system was infected with this historical pathogen. It was using some form of mimicry to lure people underground, where they became infected and were driven deeper into the tunnels by the parasite's influence on their behavior. We need to find the source, Batman said to Flanagan. The sealed sections you mentioned, how extensive are they? I don't know, the rat-catcher admitted. When I first explored these tunnels over a century ago, those sections were already sealed. The workers who told me about them claimed they were flooded or had suffered structural collapse. But if something is living down there... Sarah stepped forward, her young voice carrying surprising authority. I know a way. There's a passage behind the mushroom gardens that connects to the old system. It's too narrow for adults, but I've been through it. There's something down there, something that doesn't belong. Batman knelt beside her again. Sarah, I need you to show me the entrance, but I don't want you to go down there with me. If there's something dangerous... I'm not afraid, she said simply. This is my home now. These are my people. If something is threatening them, I want to help stop it. Flanagan placed a gentle hand on the girl's shoulder. She knows these tunnels better than anyone, even myself. If you're going to navigate the sealed sections, you'll need a guide who understands how they connect to the rest of the system. Batman considered the options. The girl was clearly brave and knowledgeable, and her size would be an advantage in the narrow passages she'd described. But bringing a child into potential danger went against every instinct he possessed. There's another way, Alfred's voice suggested through the cowl. The historical records include detailed maps of the sealed sections. I can guide Master Bruce through the passages using the original blueprints, updated with the structural modifications Sarah describes. Sarah shook her head firmly. The maps don't show everything. When the builders sealed those tunnels, they changed things, blocked some passages, opened others, without someone who's actually been through them. A new sound interrupted their discussion, a high, keening cry that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. It was followed by the scratch of claws on stone, but magnified, as if the source was much larger than the rats they'd been observing. "That's not one of ours," Flanagan said, his voice tight with concern. His rats had begun moving in agitated patterns, clustering closer to their human companions as if seeking protection. "The sound is coming from multiple directions," Batman observed, his cowl's audio systems analyzing the acoustic patterns. "Whatever's making it, there's more than one, and they're coordinating their movements." Sarah looked up at Batman with determined eyes. "They're getting closer to the main community areas. If we don't stop them now, they'll reach the living spaces, the quarantine chambers. Everyone will be in danger." The logic was inescapable. Batman needed to reach the source of the infection, and Sarah represented his best chance of navigating the abandoned tunnel system quickly and safely. But every protocol he developed for working with civilian allies argued against bringing a child into such obvious danger. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried understanding and concern. "Sometimes protecting someone means allowing them to help protect others. Sarah knows these tunnels, and the people living here are her family now. Perhaps the question isn't whether it's safe to bring her with you, but whether it's safe to leave her behind while something dangerous approaches her home." Batman made his decision. "Sarah, you'll guide me to the sealed sections, but at the first sign of danger you return to the main hub. No arguments, no exceptions. Agreed?" The girl nodded solemnly. "Agreed. But I should tell you, the thing I saw down there wasn't just big. It was smart. It had built things, organized spaces. Whatever we're dealing with, it's been down there for a long time, and it's learned how to use the tunnels as well as Mr. Otis has. They prepared quickly. Flanagan provided additional lighting, small oil lamps that would burn cleanly in the enclosed spaces. Sarah gathered rope and some simple tools, explaining the route they would need to take and the obstacles they might encounter. Batman checked his equipment, ensuring his medical supplies were readily accessible and his communication systems were functioning properly. "The mushroom gardens are this way," Sarah said, leading them through a passage that opened into a space that defied all expectations. The chamber was vast, with carefully tended beds of various fungi growing in rich, dark soil. The air was warm and humid, filled with the earthy scent of growing things. Bioluminescent varieties provided soft, natural lighting that was easier on the eyes than the gas lamps used elsewhere. "Beautiful," Batman said quietly, meaning it. The space represented years of careful cultivation, an underground ecosystem that supported both the human community and the various animals that shared their domain. "Mr. Otis taught me how to tend them," Sarah said with obvious pride. "Different types need different conditions, but they all contribute something. Food, medicine, even lighting. It's like having a whole world down here that the surface doesn't know about." At the far end of the garden chamber, partially hidden behind a curtain of growing vines, was an opening that appeared to have been carved through solid stone. It was indeed narrow, large enough for a child or small adult, but Batman would need to move carefully to avoid becoming stuck. "The passage opens up after about 50 feet, Sarah explained. "But there are several turns, and one section where you have to crawl through what used to be a drainage pipe. After that, it connects to a much older tunnel system. Batman activated his cowl's mapping systems, beginning to record their route for future reference. Stay close and remember our agreement. Any sign of danger. I go back to the main hub, Sarah finished. I understand. They entered the narrow passage, Sarah moving with the confidence of someone who had made this journey multiple times. Batman followed, his cape catching occasionally on rough stone, but his progress steady. The passage was indeed claustrophobic, but it was well constructed and showed no signs of structural instability. After several minutes of careful movement, they emerged into a tunnel that was clearly much older than Flanagan's 19th century construction. The stonework was cruder, the ceiling lower, and the air carried scents that were unfamiliar and somehow primitive. This section predates the official sewer system, Batman observed, analyzing the construction techniques. These tunnels are probably from Gotham's earliest settlement period. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice came through the cowl. I've been researching the historical records more thoroughly. There are references to natural cave systems beneath Gotham that were incorporated into later construction projects. Some of these caves were inhabited long before the city was established. Sarah pointed ahead into the darkness. The sounds come from that direction. There's a big chamber, like Mr. Otus's hub, but older. And there's something living there that's been there for a very long time. They moved deeper into the ancient tunnel system, their footsteps echoing differently than they had in the more modern passages. The acoustic properties were strange, creating reverberations that seemed to come from unexpected directions. The water moved through hidden channels. An occasional draft suggested the presence of large open spaces ahead. The smell of infection became stronger as they progressed. Not just the clean decay of natural composting, but something organic and wrong. Batman's filtration systems were working harder now, protecting him from airborne pathogens while allowing him to analyze the atmospheric composition. There, Sarah whispered, pointing to a faint glow visible around a bend in the tunnel. That's the chamber I told you about. They approached the light source carefully, Batman's enhanced vision beginning to resolve details that normal sight couldn't penetrate. The chamber ahead was indeed large, carved from natural rock formations and expanded through centuries of patient work. But unlike Flanagan's hub, this space felt alien, hostile to human presence. The light came from phosphorescent growths on the walls, not the carefully cultivated mushrooms of the garden chamber, but wild, chaotic fungi that spread across stone surfaces like infection. And moving among them, tending them with obvious intelligence, were creatures that had once been rats, but had grown far beyond normal size. My God, Batman breathed, watching as one of the giant rodents, easily the size of a large dog, carefully harvested material from the glowing fungi. They've been infected by the same parasite that's affecting the humans, but in them it's caused massive growth rather than illness. Sarah pressed close to his side, her young eyes wide as she took in the scene. There are so many of them, and they're working together like Mr. Otus's rats do, but different, hungrier. The giant rats were indeed organized, but their behavior carried an edge of desperation that was absent from Flanagan's well-fed community. They moved with nervous energy, constantly checking the tunnel entrances, as if expecting threats from multiple directions. At the center of the chamber, partially hidden by the phosphorescent growths, was a figure that might once have been human. It was difficult to tell. The infection had changed its host so dramatically that species identification was nearly impossible, but it moved with purpose and intelligence, directing the giant rat's activities with gestures and sounds that formed a complex communication system. The original source, Batman realized. Someone who came down here decades ago and was infected by the parasite. Instead of dying, they became a carrier, spreading the infection to the local rat population. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried urgency. The historical records mention a researcher who disappeared in these caves in the 1920s, Dr. Marcus Webb, a parasitologist who was studying the connection between urban rodent populations and disease transmission. He was last seen entering the cave system beneath the Narrows. The infected figure at the chamber's center suddenly looked up, its attention focused directly on Batman and Sarah's hiding place. Its face was no longer recognizably human, but its eyes showed unmistakable intelligence and recognition of intruders in its domain. It made a sound that was part whistle, part shriek, echoing off the chamber walls with disturbing harmonics. Immediately, the giant rats stopped their activities and began moving toward the tunnel where Batman and Sarah waited. "Run," Batman said quietly to Sarah. "Back to the main hub, now." "But now!" His voice carried absolute authority, and Sarah obeyed without further argument, disappearing back into the narrow passage with a speed that only children seemed to possess. Batman stepped into the chamber, his cowl systems analyzing the infected creatures as they approached. The parasite had caused more than just physical growth. It had enhanced their intelligence and coordination while removing the natural fear that would normally keep wild animals away from humans. The lead rat, scarred and obviously the alpha of its pack, approached with careful deliberation. It was studying Batman as intensely as he was studying it, evaluating threats and opportunities with tactical thinking that was disturbing in a supposedly mindless animal. "You're not just infected," Batman said aloud, his voice carrying clearly in the acoustic space. "You're evolved. The parasite didn't just change your size. It changed how you think, how you organize, how you plan." The infected figure that had once been Dr. Webb moved closer, its transformed features showing interest rather than hostility. When it spoke, its voice was barely recognizable as human, but the words were clear. "Protector, guardian, you understand." "I understand that you're sick," Batman replied carefully. "That the infection has changed you, changed your companions, but you're spreading that infection to innocent people." Webb's laugh was a sound that belonged in nightmares. "Innocent, they come seeking, calling, wanting what we have found." It gestured to the phosphorescent chamber around them. "Evolution, adaptation, survival below the world that discards." The giant rats had formed a loose circle around Batman, but they weren't attacking. They were listening, participating in the conversation through body language and soft vocalizations that Webb seemed to understand perfectly. "The people getting sick above," Batman said. "You're calling to them, drawing them down here. The lonely ones, the forgotten ones. We offer transformation, purpose, unity with something greater than their small surface lives." Batman's cowl was analyzing the chamber's atmosphere, mapping the distribution of parasitic spores and identifying potential treatment options. The infection was indeed airborne, but it required extended exposure to take hold. Brief contact wouldn't be enough to cause transformation, but the people who came down here, lured by Webb's psychological manipulation, were staying long enough to become infected. "Dr. Webb," Batman said, using the infected creature's original name deliberately, "you were a scientist once. You studied disease, tried to prevent suffering. Is this what you wanted your research to accomplish?" The reaction was immediate and powerful. Webb's transformed features showed recognition, confusion, and something that might have been regret. The giant rats responded to their leader's emotional state, becoming agitated and uncertain. "Webb," the creature repeated slowly, as if testing the sound of its own forgotten name. Dr. Marcus Webb, parasitologist, research into urban disease vectors. Its voice carried increasing clarity as buried memories began to surface. The caves, I came to study natural infection patterns. But the spores, the beautiful glowing spores. You became infected yourself, Batman said gently. The parasite changed you, made you forget who you were. But you're still in there, Dr. Webb. The part of you that wanted to help people, to prevent disease rather than spread it. The chamber fell silent except for the constant dripping of water and the soft breathing of the assembled creatures. Webb stood motionless, its transformed features cycling through expressions as human consciousness battled with parasitic influence. The calls, Webb said finally, its voice now recognizably human despite the physical changes. The voices that draw them down. I thought I was offering salvation, but I was only spreading what had been done to me. One of the giant rats approached Webb, nuzzling against its transformed companion with obvious affection. The relationship between the infected human and the evolved animals was clearly deep and genuine, a family forged by shared transformation and mutual dependence. Dr. Webb, Batman said carefully, the people above are dying. The infection that transformed you and your companions, it's not having the same effect on normal humans. They're getting sick, becoming delirious, but they're not evolving. They're just failing. Webb's reaction showed the return of scientific curiosity alongside human compassion. Different immune systems, different exposure patterns. Of course, what works for one species, one individual, might be toxic to another. It looked around the chamber with new awareness. I need to see them, the sick ones. I need to understand what went wrong. That's not possible, Batman replied. You're still infected, still contagious. But if you're willing to help, if you can provide information about the parasite and how it spreads. Information, yes. Analysis, yes. Webb's voice was becoming more human with each word, the scientist's training overriding decades of parasitic influence. But more than that, the spores that cool to them, the psychological attraction. I can stop it. I can make the tunnels silent again. Batman studied the infected scientist, weighing options and risks. Webb was clearly sincere in wanting to help, but the parasite's influence might reassert itself at any time. The giant rats were calm now, but they remained dangerous if they perceived threats to their leader. What would you need to do? Webb gestured toward the phosphorescent growths covering the chamber walls. The calling spores are produced by these fungi. They're what create the voices, the psychological compulsion that draws people underground. If I can modify their chemical output, change their frequency, you can stop the infection from spreading to new victims, Batman concluded, and perhaps find a way to help those who are already sick. The parasite responds to specific chemical signals. If I can synthesize the right compounds. Webb trailed off, lost in scientific possibilities. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice came through the cowl. Alfred Thompkins reports that 2 more patients have been admitted. The infection appears to be accelerating, but she's also noted that the symptoms begin to stabilize after the first 48 hours. If Dr. Webb can indeed stop the source, Batman made his decision. Dr. Webb, I'm going to trust you to keep your word, but I need guarantees. No more calling to people above ground, no more luring victims down here. And any treatment you develop needs to be tested and verified before it's administered. Agreed, Webb said immediately. But I have conditions as well. My companions and I, we can't return to the surface world The infection has made that impossible. We need assurance that this space will remain protected, that we won't be hunted or driven out. You'll have it, Batman promised. This chamber is now under my protection, but any spread of the infection beyond this space, any indication that people are being harmed, will result in immediate intervention, Webb finished. I understand, and I accept those terms. The giant rats seemed to relax as their leader reached an accord with the surface dweller. Several began moving towards sections of the chamber where Batman could now see primitive laboratory equipment, tools and instruments that Webb had obviously constructed over the decades to continue scientific work in his transformed state. The chemical modification will take time, Webb explained, beginning to gather materials. But I can begin immediately to reduce the spore production. Within hours, the psychological calling should begin to fade. Batman watched as the infected scientist began work, his movements showing the careful precision of someone who had never truly forgotten their training. The giant rats assisted with obvious intelligence, retrieving materials and preparing solutions with the coordination of an experienced research team. Sarah is safe? Webb asked as he worked, some part of his human consciousness concerned about the child who had guided Batman to this chamber. Safe, and returning to her community, Batman confirmed. She's remarkably brave. Children adapt better than adults, Webb observed, mixing compounds with steady hands despite his physical transformation. Their minds are more flexible, less bound by preconceptions about what's possible or impossible. In many ways, this underground world is better suited to young perspectives than old ones. Batman understood the implication. The children in Flanagan's community, like Sarah, weren't just surviving in the underground environment, they were thriving in it, finding opportunities and freedoms that the surface world might never offer them. The work is complete, Webb announced after nearly an hour of careful chemical preparation. The spores will begin producing different compounds within the next few hours. Instead of creating psychological attraction, they should actually produce a mild aversion. People will find reasons to avoid the area rather than being drawn to it. Batman's cowl analyzed the modified chemical signature, confirming that Webb's work appeared sound. The change would indeed affect the fungal emissions in ways that should reverse their psychological impact. And the treatment for those already infected? Webb held up a small vial of clear liquid. This should counteract the parasite's effect on human metabolism. Not a cure exactly. The infection will remain, but it will become dormant, allowing normal immune systems to regain control. That needs to be tested before administration, Batman insisted. Of course, but I volunteer as the first test subject. Webb's voice carried quiet determination. If the treatment works, it should allow me to regain more of my human consciousness while retaining the benefits of my transformation. If it fails, we'll find another way, Batman said firmly. You've already done enough by stopping the source of new infections. Webb's transformed features showed something that might have been a smile. Thank you for reminding me who I used to be. The parasite, it doesn't just change the body. It makes you forget that you were ever anything other than what it made you become. Batman prepared to leave, but Webb's voice stopped him. The Protector, Batman, you should know that not all of us who live below ground are threats to the surface world. Some of us are refugees, some are explorers, some are simply people who found different ways to live. Don't assume that hidden means hostile. I won't, Batman promised. But I also won't ignore genuine threats to innocent people, as it should be, Webb agreed. Balance, understanding, those are what separates civilization from chaos, whether above ground or below. Batman made his way back through the ancient tunnel system, following the route Sarah had shown him. The passage seemed less threatening now, more like a bridge between two different but equally valid communities. By the time he reached the mushroom gardens, the phosphorescent fungi were already beginning to show subtle changes in their emission patterns. Sarah was waiting for him in the main hub, sitting beside Flanagan and helping to sort supplies that the rats had gathered. She looked up as Batman emerged from the garden chamber, her young face showing relief and curiosity. "Did you find it? The thing that was making people sick?" "We found a solution," Batman replied carefully. "The calling sounds should stop within a few hours. People won't be drawn down here anymore unless they come by choice." Flanagan's expression showed understanding that went beyond Batman's simple explanation. "And those who are already sick? There's a potential treatment. It needs to be tested, but there's hope." Batman handed over the vial Webb had prepared. "This should be given to Dr. Tompkins for analysis and testing. If it works, everyone gets better and no one else gets sick," Sarah finished with the directness of childhood. "That's good. I like it when problems have solutions that help everyone." "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the cowl. "Dr. Tompkins reports that the newest patients are showing signs of stabilization. It appears the infection may be self-limiting in humans who aren't exposed to the source for extended periods." Batman nodded, feeling the satisfaction that came with solving a complex problem without resorting to violence or destruction. The underground communities would continue to exist, but they would no longer pose a threat to the surface world. Dr. Webb would continue his research in isolation, but with renewed human perspective on the ethical implications of his work. "I should return to the surface," Batman said to Flanagan and Sarah. "But this community, your people, they're under my protection now. Anyone who threatens this place answers to me." Flanagan extended his hand in a gesture of formal agreement, "And anyone from the surface world who genuinely needs sanctuary will find it here, as they always have. Some problems are best solved through cooperation rather than confrontation." Batman shook the offered hand, then knelt beside Sarah. "You were brave tonight, and your knowledge made the difference between solving this problem and having it grow worse. Thank you." Sarah's smile was brilliant in the gaslight. "I'm glad I could help. This is my home now, and homes are worth protecting." As Batman prepared to leave through the storm drain entrance, he paused to look back at the underground community. Children and adults were moving about their evening routines, tending gardens and preparing meals, and engaging in all the ordinary activities that made up daily life. The rats moved among them as partners rather than pets, contributing their own skills to the community's collective well-being. "Master Bruce?" Alfred's voice carried warmth and approval. "I believe you've done something rather remarkable tonight. You've protected both the surface world and the underground community, not by forcing change, but by facilitating understanding. Sometimes the best solutions are the ones that don't require choosing sides." Batman replied, climbing toward the surface through tunnels that would soon fall silent, no longer calling to the lost and desperate with false promises of transformation. The rain had stopped while he was underground, leaving the cobblestones of the Narrows glistening under the gas lamp's warm light. The air felt cleaner somehow, freed from the subtle chemical influences that had been drawing people toward dangerous choices. Over the following days, Dr. Tompkins confirmed that Webb's treatment was effective, helping the infected patients regain their health while leaving them with no lasting effects from their brief transformation. The underground community settled into their normal routines, no longer disrupted by the arrival of confused and desperate surface dwellers. Batman made occasional visits to the Narrows, checking on both the visible community above ground and the hidden one below. The arrangement held two different ways of life coexisting without conflict, each offering different forms of shelter and belonging to those who needed them. In his final report on the incident, Batman noted that Gotham's true strength lay not in the uniformity of its communities, but in their diversity. Whether above ground or below, in gleaming towers or hidden tunnels, the city's residents found ways to create meaning, purpose, and family, according to their individual needs and circumstances. The Narrows continued to be different from the rest of Gotham, but now that difference felt like harmony rather than discord. Rain still fell on ancient cobblestones, steam still rose from manholes, and gas lamps still flickered in the perpetual mist. But the sounds were natural now. Water moving through channels, wind sighing through ironwork, and the gentle murmur of people living their lives in whatever spaces they could make their own. In the underground hub, Sarah was learning to read by gaslight, while Flanagan's rats brought her interesting objects they'd found in their explorations. In the sealed chamber, Dr. Webb continued his research with the assistance of his evolved companions, working toward treatments for diseases that had plagued both surface and underground communities for generations. And above it all, Batman continued his eternal patrol, protecting a city that was far more complex and wonderful than most of its residents would ever know. As Batman emerged from the storm drains of the Narrows for the final time, the ancient cobblestones beneath his feet seemed to whisper their approval. The rain had washed the streets clean, leaving behind only the gentle music of water finding its way through channels both seen and hidden. Behind him, two communities, one above, one below, had found their balance, their harmony restored, through understanding rather than force. The gas lamps flickered in their familiar rhythm as he made his way through the narrow alleyways. But tonight their light seemed warmer, more welcoming. The Narrows had always been a place where Gotham's forgotten found refuge, and now that refuge extended deeper than anyone on the surface had ever imagined. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice came softly through the cowl, carrying the satisfaction of a problem well solved. Dr. Tompkins reports the last of the patients have made full recoveries. The underground communities appear to have settled into their normal routines. Batman paused at the edge of the Narrows, where the ancient district gave way to Gotham's more modern neighborhoods. The transition was always jarring, from gas lamps to electric streetlights, from cobblestone to asphalt, from whispered secrets to the ordinary noise of urban life. Something else requires your attention, Alfred continued, his tone shifting to carry a note of concern. There have been reports from the Bowery district, strange incidents involving what witnesses describe as voices in the walls and peculiar behavior among some of the area's more vulnerable residents. The Bowery, another of Gotham's forgotten corners, but different from the Narrows. Where the Narrows held its secrets in underground chambers and ancient architecture, the Bowery's mysteries lived in abandoned buildings, and the shadowed spaces between what was real and what existed only in damaged minds. What kind of incidents? Batman asked, though he was already moving in that direction, his cape catching the last wisps of mist from the Narrows' perpetual dampness. Homeless individuals found in seemingly impossible locations. Locked rooms, sealed basements, all appear unharmed but disoriented, speaking of following a gentle voice that promised safety and comfort. Most concerning, they all mention the same thing. A soft, almost musical voice that seemed to come from a wooden companion. Batman's step quickened. He knew that voice, that wooden companion. It had been months since Arnold Wesker and his ventriloquist dummy Scarface had surfaced in Gotham's criminal underground. but the pattern Alfred described fit their psychological profile perfectly. "The ventriloquist?" he said quietly. "Indeed, but the reports suggest something different from his usual criminal activities. No robberies, no violence, just confused individuals found in impossible places, all speaking of following a voice that offered them rest and safety." As Batman left the Narrows behind, the sounds of the night changed around him. The gentle symphony of dripping water and settling stone gave way to the harsher rhythms of the modern city. Traffic, sirens, the electric hum of neon signs reflecting off wet pavement. But underneath it all, if he listened carefully, he could almost hear something else. A soft, rhythmic murmuring, like someone singing a lullaby just beyond the edge of perception. The Bowery waited ahead, its own secrets and sorrows ready to unfold in the spaces between what was real and what lived only in the fractured minds of those society had left behind. Rain drummed against the windows of Wayne Manor with the steady rhythm of a metronome, each droplet adding to the symphony that had been playing across Gotham for 3 consecutive nights. In the cave beneath, Batman studied crime scene photographs spread across his workstation like pieces of a puzzle that refused to reveal its pattern. The images showed empty offices, abandoned warehouses, and meeting rooms where powerful men had simply vanished. "Peculiar, isn't it?" Alfred's voice carried the measured cadence of someone who had witnessed Gotham's oddities for decades. He descended the stone steps carrying a silver tray with steaming tea, his footsteps echoing softly in the vast chamber. 7 crime bosses, all disappeared within a fortnight, yet their organizations continue operating as if nothing has changed. Batman lifted one of the photographs. Vincent Torino's office, untouched except for a single sheet of paper on the mahogany desk. The writing was shaky, uncertain, yet the signature was definitely Torino's. A complete confession of his crimes, along with instructions for his lieutenant to assume control and clean up the family business. The handwriting analysis confirms authenticity, Batman said, his voice carrying the exhaustion of someone who had been working the case for 72 hours straight. But witnesses say Torino was terrified when he wrote it, kept looking over his shoulder, mumbling about the boss watching. Alfred set the tea beside the photographs and picked up another document, this one signed by Maria Santos, the iron-fisted leader of the Southside drug trade. Her confession detailed operations that the GCPD had been trying to uncover for years, written in the same nervous scrawl. 7 confessions, 7 disappearances, Alfred mused, adjusting his reading glasses. All written in their own hands, yet all bearing the same theatrical quality, as if they were performing lines from a script. He paused, studying the documents more carefully. "Master Bruce, may I suggest something that might seem far-fetched?" Batman looked up from the crime scene photos, noting the particular tone Alfred used when his theatrical background offered insight that pure detective work might miss. "During my younger days in London's West End, I encountered a playwright who specialized in psychological pieces. He would study his actors so thoroughly that he could predict their every gesture, every vocal inflection. By the end of rehearsals, the actors would claim they could hear his voice in their heads, guiding their performances even when he wasn't present. The implication hung in the air like smoke from an old stage effect. Batman reached for his cowl, already formulating plans. Oracle, I need you to cross-reference the disappearances with Gotham's entertainment districts. Look for patterns, theaters, performance venues, anywhere someone might be rehearsing. Oracle's voice crackled through the cave's communication system. Already on it, there's something interesting. Each disappearance corresponds with reported disturbances near the old Majestic Theatre in the Bowery. Neighbors complain about voices carrying late into the night, but when police investigate, they find the building empty. The Majestic Theatre. Alfred's expression shifted, memory painting shadows across his weathered features. "I remember that venue," he said quietly. "Before the war, it hosted some of Gotham's most ambitious productions. Vaudeville, drama, even experimental pieces that pushed the boundaries of what theater could accomplish. Batman was already moving toward the Batmobile, but Alfred's next words stopped him. There was a young man who performed there in the late performances. Arnold Wesker, if memory serves. Brilliant with voices, could throw his voice so convincingly that audiences would turn around, certain someone behind them had spoken. But he was fragile. The war changed many things, but it broke him entirely. The name triggered Oracle's databases. Arnold Wesker, age 57, committed to Arkham 3 times for dissociative disorders and violent episodes. Last known address, a pause. The Majestic Theatre building. He's been squatting there since his last release. Batman slipped into the driver's seat, but Alfred approached the vehicle before he could depart. "Master Bruce, if I may." Alfred's tone carried the weight of decades spent understanding both Bruce Wayne and Batman. The theater was Mr. Wesker's refuge before it became his prison. Be careful not to let it become yours as well. Sometimes the roles we play for others become the roles that play us. The drive through Gotham's rain-soaked streets gave Batman time to process what they knew. 7 crime bosses, each writing detailed confessions before vanishing. A broken man living in an abandoned theater, throwing his voice into the shadows, and somewhere in between, a pattern that felt less like random crime and more like performance art. The Bowery district wore its decay like stage makeup. Dramatic shadows cast by broken streetlights. Fog rolling between buildings like set pieces waiting for their cue. The Majestic Theatre loomed at the end of the block, its marquee dark for over a decade. Poster frames holding nothing but shadows and memories. Batman approached from the roof, noting the careful way someone had maintained access routes, while letting the building appear completely abandoned. Windows had been covered from inside with black fabric, but thin lines of candlelight leaked around the edges. Someone was definitely inside, and they had been there for some time. Detective Rene Montoya's voice crackled through his cowl as he prepared to descend. "Batman, we just found another one. Tommy Marconi, head of the dockside operations. Same pattern. Written confession, signed documents, transferring power, and then gone. His crew says he was acting strange for days, talking to someone who wasn't there. How long ago? 2 hours, maybe 3? But here's the weird part. Witnesses say they could hear 2 voices coming from his office. Marconi's and someone else's. But when they broke down the door, only Marconi was inside, and he was alone. Batman studied the theater's architecture, noting how sound might carry through the old building's walls and ventilation systems. "Oracle, I need building plans for the Majestic. Focus on acoustics. How sound travels, where voices might project." "Sending them now, but Bruce, there's something else. I've been monitoring police scanners, and there are reports of strange sounds coming from inside the theater right now. Voices, like someone's rehearsing." As if summoned by Oracle's words, Batman heard it, faint but unmistakable voices drifting up from the building below. One voice nervous and pleading, the other harsh and commanding. A conversation, or perhaps an argument, echoing through decades of accumulated silence. Batman descended through a damaged skylight, landing silently in what had once been the theater's upper balcony. The space opened below him like a cathedral of entertainment, rows of seats facing a stage where shadows danced in candlelight. The voices were clearer now, coming from the stage itself. "Please, Mr. Scarface," the nervous voice pleaded. "I don't want to hurt anyone else. The confessions were enough, weren't they? We got what we needed." "Dummy!" The second voice was harsh, gravelly, filled with violence barely contained. "You don't get to decide when we're done. The show ain't over till I say it's over." Batman moved carefully along the balcony rail, using the theater's acoustics to mask his presence. On the stage below, illuminated by dozens of candles arranged in theatrical positions, Arnold Wesker sat in a simple wooden chair. In his lap, he held a ventriloquist's dummy dressed in an old-fashioned suit, its wooden face carved into a permanent sneer. "But the police will come," Wesker continued in his own voice, his body language that of someone pleading with a superior. "They'll find us, and then—" "Let them come," Scarface's voice erupted from Wesker's lips, though the man's mouth barely moved. "We got the whole theater rigged for the final act. Every entrance, every exit, every hiding spot them costumed freaks might try to use." Batman studied the stage setup more carefully. Wesker had transformed the theater into an elaborate diorama of Gotham's underworld. Small figurines representing the missing crime bosses were arranged in precise positions, each accompanied by tiny written confessions. At the center of the display, a larger figure, clearly meant to represent District Attorney Harvey Dent, sat bound to a miniature chair. "Tomorrow night," Wesker said, though his voice had taken on some of Scarface's commanding tone, "the DA will be here for the final performance, just like we rehearsed." "Exactly like we rehearsed," Scarface agreed, though Batman noticed Wesker's free hand manipulating the dummy's jaw. 7 acts of confession, and then the grand finale. The dummy DA learns what happens to people who try to shut down family business. Batman activated his cowl's recording systems, documenting both the threat against Harvey Dent and the intricate planning that had gone into Wesker's psychological theater. The man had clearly been preparing for weeks, maybe months. Every detail was planned like a stage production. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came softly through the cowl. "I've been researching the Majestic's old programs. Arnold Wesker performed there in 1987, just before his first breakdown. The final show was called The Confession Hour, experimental theater where audience members were encouraged to share their darkest secrets." The connection clicked into place. Wesker wasn't just randomly targeting crime bosses. He was recreating that final performance, using Gotham's underworld as both cast and audience for his psychological breakdown. "Oracle, I need everything on Harvey Dent's schedule tomorrow. Public appearances, court dates, anything that might make him accessible." "Already checking." He's got a late meeting at City Hall, then dinner with Commissioner Gordon. After that, he was planning to review case files at his office. Alone. Batman watched as Wesker carefully adjusted the position of tiny figurines on his stage, muttering dialogue for each character. The man's mental state was deteriorating rapidly. He was becoming less able to distinguish between his own voice and Scarface's, between the miniature stage and reality. "The performance must be perfect," Wesker said, and Batman couldn't tell which personality was speaking. Every line memorized, every cue hit exactly on time. The audience expects nothing less. "That's right, dummy." Scarface's voice boomed through the theater. "And if anyone tries to interrupt our show, they become part of the cast, permanent-like." Batman began mapping the theater's layout, noting the exits Wesker had mentioned, rigging. The man's background in stagecraft had served him well. He had turned the entire building into an elaborate trap, with himself and Scarface as the puppet masters pulling every string. A soft sound from the lobby below caught Batman's attention. Someone else was entering the theater, moving carefully, professionally. Batman enhanced his cowl's audio pickup and caught the faint whisper of radio communication. Montoya to control. I'm inside the Majestic Theater, confirming sounds of occupation, possible suspect on premises. Detective Montoya was investigating alone, unaware of the elaborate security measures Wesker had installed. Batman needed to intercept her before she triggered whatever defenses the ventriloquist had prepared. But as he moved to descend, Wesker's head snapped up like a hunting dog catching a scent. Someone's here, he whispered to Scarface. Not part of the cast, not part of the show. Then they're the audience, Scarface replied. And the audience don't get to leave until the final curtain. Wesker stood, cradling the dummy carefully, and began moving through the theater with surprising stealth. He knew every creaking board, every shadow that might conceal movement. This was his domain, and he had spent years learning its secrets. Batman descended rapidly, using the theater's fly system, the network of ropes and pulleys that had once moved scenery, to swing down toward the main floor. He needed to reach Montoya before Wesker did, but the detective had already moved deeper into the building. "Control, this is Montoya." Her voice crackled faintly. "I've got evidence of long-term habitation. Candles, makeshift furniture, and Jesus. There are crime scene photos everywhere. Looks like someone's been planning something big." "Get her!" Scarface's voice echoed through the theater as Wesker began moving faster. "She's seen too much. The show must go on." Batman hit the main floor running, using his knowledge of theater architecture to predict Wesker's route. The ventriloquist would try to use the building's acoustic properties to disorient Montoya, make her think threats were coming from multiple directions. "Detective," Batman's voice came through her radio. "This is Batman. You need to evacuate immediately. The building is trapped." "Batman?" Montoya's voice carried both relief and confusion. "How are you? Where are you?" "Moving to intercept the suspect. Follow my voice back to the main entrance, but don't use your flashlight. He's tracking light sources." Batman heard movement in the theater's upper galleries. Wesker was using the catwalk system to get above Montoya's position. The ventriloquist had the advantages of familiarity and preparation, but Batman had something else. Understanding of how broken minds worked when pushed to their limit. "Arnold Wesker," Batman called out, his voice carrying through the theater's acoustic system. "I know you can hear me. The performance doesn't have to end like this." "Who said that?" Scarface's voice boomed from somewhere in the darkness. "Nobody interrupts the show. Nobody." "The show's already been interrupted," Batman replied, moving through the shadows toward where he'd last heard Montoya. 7 crime bosses are missing. The police know about the confessions. Your audience is already walking out. A moment of silence, then Wesker's own voice, small and frightened. "They can't leave, they can't. We've worked so hard on the script, every word perfect, every scene rehearsed." "Scripts can be rewritten," Batman said gently, remembering Alfred's advice about understanding the man behind the madness. "New performances, better endings, but not if you hurt Detective Montoya." "She's part of it now," Scarface snarled. "Part of the cast. She don't get to choose her role." Batman heard a soft gasp from somewhere ahead. Montoya had encountered Wesker in the darkness, but instead of violence, he heard conversation. "Arnold Wesker?" Montoya's voice was calm, professional. "I'm Detective Montoya, GCPD. I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk about the missing people." "DB confessed," Wesker replied, and Batman could hear the confusion in his voice. People told the truth about their crimes. That's good, isn't it? Truth is supposed to be good. Truth is good, Montoya agreed. But what happened to them after they confessed? A long pause. Then Scarface's voice, but quieter than before. They went away, had to go away. The script said so. Batman continued moving through the darkness, using the conversation to triangulate their positions. Montoya was handling the situation exactly right, engaging with Wesker's humanity rather than his delusions. "Where did they go, Arnold?" she asked gently. I don't remember." Wesker's voice was becoming more childlike. "Scarface handles that part. I just do the voices. I just do what I'm told." "And what does Scarface tell you to do? To be strong, to take charge, to make people listen?" A pause. "But I don't want to be strong. I just want to do the voices. Make people smile like they used to, before everything got so dark." Batman reached the edge of the conversation, close enough to intervene if necessary. Montoya had positioned herself where Wesker could see her face in the dim candlelight, making herself human rather than threatening. "The voices you do are amazing," she continued. "I've heard ventriloquists before, but you make Scarface sound completely real. How do you do that?" "Practice," Wesker said simply. "Lots and lots of practice. Started when I was little, after the accident. Easier to let someone else do the talking, someone braver." "But you're brave, Arnold. You're talking to me right now, not Scarface." For a moment, Wesker looked down at the dummy in his arms as if seeing it for the first time. He's quiet now. Usually he's always talking, always telling me what to do. But right now, he's just wood," Montoya finished gently. "Just a puppet that can only speak when you give it your voice." The realization seemed to hit Wesker like a physical blow. He staggered, nearly dropping Scarface, and Batman saw tears reflecting candlelight on the man's weathered cheeks. "What have I done?" Wesker whispered. "Those people, I made them write things, say things. I made them disappear. Where did they go?" Scarface's voice erupted suddenly, but now Batman could see the slight movement of Wesker's throat, the unconscious manipulation of his own vocal cords. "Tell her where they went, dummy." Wesker shook his head violently. No. I don't want to remember. I don't want to know what Scarface made me do." Batman stepped into the candlelight, his presence calm rather than threatening. "Arnold, those people need help. If they're still alive, we need to find them." "Batman?" Wesker looked up with the expression of a child who had been caught in wrongdoing. I remember you from before at Arkham. You were kind. You listened." "I'm listening now," Batman replied, "and I know you want to help them." Wesker hugged Scarface tighter, rocking slightly. "The basement," he whispered, "below the old dressing rooms. Scarface said they needed to practice their lines until they got them perfect." Montoya immediately activated her radio. "Control, I need EMT units to the Majestic Theatre basement level. Multiple possible victims, unknown condition." Batman was already moving toward the basement access, but he paused to look back at Wesker. "Arnold, tomorrow night you were planning something with District Attorney Dent. Can you tell me about that?" "The finale," Wesker said, his voice distant. "Scarface said the DA needed to confess too, in front of an audience, a real audience, not just," he gestured vaguely at the miniature figures on his stage. "But that's not going to happen," Batman stated firmly. "The show is over." "No," Scarface's voice exploded from Wesker's throat. "The show ain't over till I say it's over. Till I..." Wesker's voice cracked, the two personalities warring visibly on his face. "Till we..." "Till you decide," Montoya said softly. "Arnold, you're the one with the voice. You choose what it says." Wesker looked down at Scarface, then slowly, deliberately set the dummy aside on a nearby chair. When he spoke again, it was in his own voice, quiet but clear. "The show is over." The basement of the Majestic Theatre had been converted into a makeshift prison, cells created from old stage plates and theatrical scrims. All 7 crime bosses were alive, though clearly traumatized by their extended captivity. They had been fed regularly, kept warm, but subjected to constant psychological pressure to rehearse their confessions until Wesker believed their remorse was genuine. "He made us write the same confession over and over," Vincent Torino explained to Batman as EMTs checked his vital signs. "Said we had to get the performance right, had to really feel sorry for what we'd done. And the whole time that damn puppet kept threatening us. If we didn't put enough emotion into it, Maria Santos was in worse condition, having spent the longest in captivity." "He wasn't evil," she told Montoya as they helped her toward the ambulance. "Crazy, yes, but not evil. He really thought he was helping us, making us better people. And maybe in some twisted way, he was right." Batman found Alfred waiting by the Batmobile when he emerged from the theater. The butler's expression mixed relief with concern. "All 7 recovered safely," Batman reported. "Wesker's being taken to Arkham for evaluation, but Dr. Leland thinks his prognosis is better this time. The separation from Scarface was his own choice. And the dummy? Evidence locker. Though I suspect Wesker will create another one eventually. The question is whether it will be as controlling as Scarface was." Alfred nodded thoughtfully. "In theater, Master Bruce, we learn that every actor must eventually choose which roles define them and which roles they simply perform. Mr. Wesker spent so long letting Scarface speak for him that he forgot he had his own voice." As they drove through Gotham's pre-dawn streets, Batman reflected on Alfred's words. How many roles did he himself perform? Bruce Wayne, Batman, the grieving son, the protector, the symbol of justice, and how often did he let those roles speak for him rather than finding his own voice beneath the masks? "Alfred," he said finally, "do you ever worry that I've lost myself in the performance?" The butler was quiet for a long moment, considering his answer with characteristic care. "I worry, Master Bruce, that you sometimes forget that the performance serves the man, not the other way around. But then I see moments like tonight, when you chose compassion over justice, understanding over punishment, and I know that Bruce Wayne is still there, still choosing how Batman speaks." Back at Wayne Manor, as dawn broke over Gotham, Batman reviewed the night's events in his case files. Arnold Wesker would receive treatment, the crime bosses would face justice through proper legal channels, and Harvey Dent would never know how close he had come to becoming part of a madman's final performance. But the real resolution, Batman realized, had happened in that moment when Wesker chose to set Scarface aside and speak in his own voice. It was a choice Batman himself made every night when he decided what Batman would do, how Batman would act, what Batman would represent. The theater had taught them all something about the relationship between performer and role, between the voice that speaks and the voice that chooses what to say. In Gotham's ongoing drama of justice and madness, perhaps that was the most important lesson of all, that no matter how many masks we wear, we always retain the power to choose our own lines. As Alfred brought morning tea to the study where Bruce Wayne sat reading case files instead of Batman reviewing crime scenes, the butler smiled slightly. The performance continued, but the performer remained in control. 3 days later, Batman returned to the Majestic Theatre. The building stood empty again, but somehow it felt different, less haunted, more at peace. The candles had been extinguished, the makeshift stage cleared away, yet something of Wesker's presence lingered in the shadow. Not Scarface's malevolent energy, but something gentler, the memory of a man who had once brought joy to audiences through the simple magic of throwing his voice. Oracle's research had revealed more of the theater's history. The Majestic was known for experimental performances, she explained through Batman's cowl as he walked the empty aisles. Psychological dramas, interactive pieces where the line between audience and performer was deliberately blurred. Wesker wasn't just performing there, he was part of a tradition. Alfred's voice joined the conversation from Wayne Manor. Indeed. The theatre was founded by Marcus Thorne, a psychologist who believed performance could heal trauma. His theory was that by giving voice to our inner conflicts, we could gain mastery over them. Mr. Wesker simply took the concept too far. Batman paused at the stage where he had first seen Wesker with Scarface. The miniature diorama had been carefully documented and removed, but the space still held the echo of that strange performance. He created an entire world where he had control, Batman observed, where he could make powerful people confess their crimes, face consequences, become better. The irony, Alfred noted, is that Mr. Wesker himself was the one person in his world who couldn't make that choice. Until Detective Montoya reminded him that he had a voice of his own, Oracle's typing was audible in the background. Speaking of Detective Montoya, she's requested a meeting. Says she has something you need to see regarding the Wesker case. An hour later, Batman met Montoya on the roof of the GCPD building. The detective looked tired but satisfied, the expression of someone who had closed a difficult case but learned something troubling in the process. We finished interviewing all 7 victims, she began without preamble. And there's something weird about their statements. They all say the same thing, that despite the trauma, despite being held captive and psychologically manipulated, they feel different. Better, somehow. Batman waited for her to continue, recognizing the complexity in her voice. Vincent Torino has started attending AA meetings. Maria Santos dissolved her drug operation voluntarily and turned state's evidence against her suppliers. 3 others have made genuine attempts to go legitimate. Montoya shook her head. It's like Wesker actually did what he set out to do. He made them face their crimes so thoroughly that they genuinely repented. Traumatic conversion, Batman said quietly. Sometimes extreme experiences can trigger genuine personality changes, but at what cost? That's what I keep asking myself. 7 people are probably going to live better lives because of what happened to them, but that doesn't make what Wesker did right, does it? She looked out over Gotham's skyline. How do we measure justice when the crime accidentally produces positive results? Batman considered her question, thinking of his own methods, his own use of fear and intimidation to achieve justice. Intent matters, he said finally. Wesker wasn't trying to help them. He was using them as props in his psychological theater. The fact that some good came from it doesn't justify the means. But doesn't it complicate them? Montoya pressed. I've been thinking about this case for days, and I keep coming back to the same question. How many of our methods are justified only by their results? How often do we tell ourselves we're helping when we're really just performing? The question hung between them like fog from the theater's stage effects. Batman found himself thinking of all the criminals he had terrified into confessing, all the fear he had used as a tool for justice. Were his methods so different from Wesker's psychological manipulation? The difference, he said slowly, is choice. The people I confront always have the option to walk away, to choose differently. Wesker took that choice away from his victims. Did he? Montoya asked. Because from what I can tell, each of those crime bosses could have refused to write the confessions. They were scared, yes, but not physically coerced. They chose to write those statements because Wesker made them believe it was the right thing to do. Batman felt a chill that had nothing to do with Gotham's night air. You're suggesting that Wesker's methods were more ethical than I want to admit. I'm suggesting that the line between justice and manipulation might be thinner than any of us would like to believe. Montoya pulled her coat tighter against the wind. And I'm wondering if that's something we all need to think about. After Montoya departed, Batman remained on the rooftop, contemplating her words. Oracle's voice broke the silence. She makes some valid points, but I've been analyzing Wesker's psychological profile, and there's something else to consider. His methods worked because his victims recognized something genuine in him. Real remorse, real desire for justice, even if it was twisted by his mental illness. Authenticity. In theater, audiences can always tell when a performer doesn't believe in their role. Mr. Wesker's tragedy was that he believed completely in what he was doing. His victims sensed that sincerity, even through their fear. Batman activated his grappling gun, preparing to continue his patrol. And what does that say about the rest of us? About the roles we play in the name of justice? Perhaps, Alfred suggested, it says that the most important performance is the one we give to ourselves, when we can look in the mirror and believe that our methods serve something greater than our own needs for control or revenge. The following week brought an unexpected development. Dr. Joan Leland from Arkham contacted Batman with a request that was both professional and personal. Arnold Wesker has asked to see you, she explained during their meeting in her office. His recovery has been remarkable, probably the most stable he's been in decades, but he says he needs to finish the performance properly before he can truly move forward. Batman studied the case file Leland had provided. Wesker's progress was indeed impressive. Group therapy sessions where he spoke in his own voice, art therapy projects that didn't involve puppets or ventriloquism, even the beginning of genuine friendships with other patients. What does he mean by finishing the performance? Batman asked. I'm not entirely sure. He won't elaborate until he speaks with you directly, but I believe it has something to do with accountability. Not just for his victims, but for himself. An hour later, Batman sat across from Arnold Wesker in one of Arkham's consultation rooms. The man looked younger somehow, as if setting aside Scarface had lifted years of accumulated weight from his shoulders, but his eyes held a clarity that was both hopeful and haunting. Thank you for coming, Wesker said, his voice soft but steady. I know you must be busy, and I know I don't deserve your time after what I did. You asked to see me, Batman replied. I'm listening. Wesker nodded, clasping his hands in his lap. I've been thinking about those people. The ones I hurt. Dr. Leland says they're doing better, that some of them have changed their lives. But that doesn't make what I did to them right. No, Batman agreed. It doesn't. I want to make amends. Real amends. Not just saying I'm sorry. Wesker's voice gained strength as he spoke. I want to write letters of apology to each of them, in my own words, not Scarface's, and I want to donate something to help other people who might be where I was, lost, angry, letting someone else's voice control their choices. Batman leaned forward slightly. What did you have in mind? The Majestic Theatre is going to be torn down unless someone buys it, and I inherited some money from my parents, enough to purchase the building and restore it. Wesker's eyes brightened with something Batman hadn't expected to see, hope. I want to turn it into a community center. a place where people can learn to find their own voices, literally and figuratively. Therapy programs, youth theater, adult education, all the things that might have helped me before I let Scarface take over. The proposal was ambitious, requiring not just funding but extensive planning and community support. But as Wesker outlined his vision, Batman recognized something profound. This was a man trying to transform his greatest failure into his most meaningful contribution. "You'd need partners," Batman said. "People with experience in community outreach, education, mental health services." "I know, and I know it might not work, but I have to try. It's the only performance that really matters now. Trying to use what I learned about myself to help other people find themselves." Over the following months, Batman watched with quiet amazement as Wesker's vision took shape. The man's sincerity and detailed planning attracted support from unexpected quarters. The Wayne Foundation provided matching funds for the building restoration. Dr. Leland consulted on the therapy programs. Detective Montoya helped navigate city permits and regulations. Most surprisingly, several of Wesker's former victims chose to support the project. Vincent Torino, now genuinely sober and working to reform his family's legitimate businesses, provided construction expertise. Maria Santos, using her organizational skills in legal enterprises, helped develop the center's outreach programs. "It's like he gave them a gift," Montoya observed during one of her regular meetings with Batman. "Not the trauma, that was real and damaging, but the opportunity to rebuild themselves completely, and now they're choosing to help others do the same thing." The Majestic Community Center opened on a rainy Thursday evening, exactly 1 year after the night Wesker had set Scarface aside and chosen to speak in his own voice. The restored theater glowed with warm light, its lobby filled with neighbors, former patients, city officials, and social workers. Arnold Wesker, wearing a simple suit and speaking clearly into a small microphone, addressed the gathered crowd. "This building was once a place where I lost myself," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the space without any theatrical tricks. "Tonight, I hope it becomes a place where other people can find themselves, not through performance or pretense, but through the simple act of choosing their own words, their own voices, their own roles in the world." Batman watched from the balcony, noting how Wesker commanded the room through quiet authenticity rather than theatrical manipulation. Alfred's voice came softly through his cowl. "Quite a transformation, Master Bruce. From puppet master to genuine leader." "He's still performing," Batman observed. "But now he's performing himself instead of letting someone else perform him." "Indeed. And perhaps that's the lesson for all of us, that the best performance is authenticity, and the most powerful voice is our own." As the evening continued, Batman saw dozens of people exploring the center's facilities. A youth theater workshop where teenagers learned to project their voices with confidence, a support group meeting where adults practiced speaking about difficult experiences, an art therapy space where creativity served healing rather than delusion. In the center's small administrative office, Batman found a framed photograph that made him pause. It showed the original Majestic Theater in its heyday, filled with audiences enjoying legitimate entertainment. But what caught his attention was a handwritten note attached to the frame, written in Wesker's careful script. "The show goes on, but now we choose our own roles." Before leaving, Batman stopped by Wesker's office. The man was alone, reviewing schedules for the following week's programs. No puppet sat on his desk. No second voice whispered suggestions. Just Arnold Wesker, finally comfortable with the sound of his own thoughts. "How does it feel?" Batman asked, "being the only voice in your head?" Wesker smiled, a genuine expression free of theatrical calculation. "Quiet, he said. Sometimes lonely, but honest. And after so many years of lies, honesty feels like the most beautiful sound in the world. As Batman departed through Gotham's fog-shrouded streets, he carried with him the image of that transformed theater. A place where broken voices had learned to speak truly, where performance served healing rather than deception. In a city that seemed perpetually caught between shadows and light, it stood as proof that even the most damaged souls could choose to speak with their own voice. Alfred was waiting with tea when Bruce Wayne finally returned to the manor in the early hours of morning. "Successful evening?" the butler inquired. "Educational," Bruce replied, settling into his chair. "I learned something about the difference between performance and authenticity." "And what was that, Master Bruce?" Bruce sipped his tea thoughtfully. "The best actors don't disappear into their roles. They bring their roles to life through their own truth. Wesker spent years letting Scarface perform him. Tonight, I watched him perform Arnold Wesker, and the difference was profound." Alfred nodded with satisfaction. "Perhaps that's why your own performance as Batman works so well. You're not playing a character. You're expressing Bruce Wayne through different means. Sometimes I wonder if I know the difference anymore," Bruce admitted. "The fact that you wonder," Alfred replied gently, "is how I know you haven't lost yourself in the role. Mr. Wesker's tragedy was that he stopped questioning, stopped choosing. You never have." As dawn broke over Gotham, Bruce Wayne sat in comfortable silence, considering the night's revelations. In the distance, the bells of St. Augustine's Cathedral chimed the hour. The same bells that had featured in his previous case. The same steady voice that had called Gotham's faithful to prayer for centuries. 6 months after the majestic community center's opening, Batman made a routine patrol through the Bowery district. The area had changed subtly, not dramatically, but in the small ways that mattered most. Fewer broken windows, more people walking confidently at night, the sound of laughter occasionally drifting from the restored theater building. He paused on a rooftop across from the center, watching through the large windows as an evening support group concluded their session. Arnold Wesker moved among the participants, offering quiet words of encouragement, his presence calm and reassuring. No trace remained of the broken man who had once terrorized crime bosses with puppet-driven psychological theater. "Oracle, what's the crime statistics update for this district?" Batman subvocalized. "Remarkable improvement," came the reply. "Violent crime down 37%, property crime down 28%. But the interesting part is the nature of the remaining incidents. They're increasingly being resolved through community mediation rather than traditional law enforcement." Batman watched as Wesker locked up the building for the night, performing the simple ritual with obvious care and satisfaction. The man paused at the theater's original marquee, now restored and displaying upcoming community events. Youth Voices Workshop, Adult Literacy Theater, Veterans Expression Group, Master Bruce. Alfred's voice came through the cowl. "I've been reviewing the center's quarterly reports. Their programs have expanded to include partnerships with 3 other community organizations. Mr. Wesker's approach to healing through authentic self-expression appears to be contagious in the best possible way." A figure emerged from the shadows near the theater. Detective Montoya, completing her own evening rounds. She approached Wesker with the easy familiarity of someone who had become both colleague and friend. Their conversation was brief but warm, 2 people who had found mutual respect through shared understanding of human complexity. "Montoya's been volunteering there twice a week," Oracle noted. teaching a workshop called Finding Your Professional Voice, helping people navigate interactions with authority figures, job interviews, legal situations. Says it's changed how she approaches her own police work. Batman descended from the rooftop, moving through alleys that had once echoed with criminal activity and now held only the normal sounds of a neighborhood settling into rest. He passed a small playground where children's laughter from earlier in the day seemed to linger in the evening air, a barber shop whose owner had started staying open later to provide a safe gathering place, a corner grocery where the elderly proprietor no longer feared the approaching darkness. At the theater's stage door, Batman noticed something that made him pause, a small plaque, newly installed, bearing a simple inscription, in memory of all the voices that were lost, and in celebration of all the voices yet to be found. Below it, in smaller text, the Scarface Memorial Fund for Mental Health Recovery. He named a memorial fund after his own demon, Batman observed quietly, transforming the symbol of his greatest failure into a tool for helping others. Alfred replied with evident approval. There's something profoundly courageous about that level of accountability. Inside the theater, a single light remained on, not the dramatic candles of Wesker's delusional period, but a simple work lamp where someone was reading at a small desk. Through the window, Batman could see it was Maria Santos, the former drug dealer who had become the center's volunteer coordinator. She was reviewing applications for the next session of programs, her concentration absolute. She completed her GED through the center's literacy program, Oracle reported. Now she's working toward a degree in social work. Says she wants to help other people transition from criminal life to legitimate opportunities. Batman thought of the 7 crime bosses who had been Wesker's unwilling participants in that original Twisted performance. Each had chosen a different path, following their captivity and rescue. 3 had genuinely reformed their operations. 2 had fled Gotham entirely. 1 had returned to criminal activity and been arrested through conventional police work. And 1, Maria Santos, had transformed herself so completely that she was now helping others make similar journeys. The most successful performance of all, Batman murmured. Sir? Oracle inquired. Nothing. Just thinking about authentic transformation versus theatrical change. As he prepared to continue his patrol, Batman noticed a small group of teenagers approaching the theater. They weren't breaking in or causing trouble. They were gathering for what appeared to be an informal late-night discussion group, sitting on the theater's front steps and talking quietly among themselves. One of the young people looked up as Batman's shadow passed overhead, not with fear or excitement, but with a simple nod of acknowledgement. No drama, no performance, just recognition between 2 figures who were part of Gotham's complex community of protectors and protected. Those kids are part of the youth mentorship program, Oracle explained. They meet informally after the official sessions to continue their discussions. Wesker doesn't organize it, it's entirely their initiative. They've created their own support network. Self-directed healing, Alfred observed. The best possible outcome. They've learned to find their own voices and use them to help each other. Batman swung away through Gotham's night, but the image of those young people remained with him. A testament to what could be accomplished when broken systems were rebuilt with authentic intention, rather than theatrical manipulation. The majestic theater had become what it was always meant to be, a place where voices could be heard, understood, and strengthened. Later, as the sun began to rise over Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne found himself in the conservatory, a space he rarely used, but which had always provided quiet comfort. Alfred brought coffee and settled into a nearby chair, recognizing one of those moments when his charge needed to process complex thoughts through conversation. Alfred, Bruce began slowly, Do you think Wesker's transformation is genuine, or is it just a more sophisticated performance? The butler considered the question with his characteristic care. I believe, Master Bruce, that the distinction may be less important than we imagine. Mr. Wesker is consciously choosing to perform the role of a helpful, healing person. Day after day, month after month, he makes that choice. At what point does the performance become the person? But doesn't that suggest that all personality is performance? That we're all just acting? Perhaps, Alfred replied with a sly smile. But if so, then choosing to act with kindness, courage, and integrity becomes even more meaningful, not less. The fact that you choose to perform the role of protector rather than having protection forced upon you by circumstances makes your heroism more authentic, not more artificial. Bruce Wayne sat in contemplative silence, watching as dawnlight filtered through the conservatory's windows and illuminated the careful arrangements of plants and flowers that Alfred maintained with such devoted attention. Each element in the space served a purpose, contributed to the overall harmony, yet remained distinctly itself. The question, he said finally, isn't whether we're performing. The question is whether we're choosing performances that serve something greater than ourselves. Precisely, Alfred agreed, and Mr. Wesker, for the first time in his adult life, has chosen to perform service rather than control, healing rather than harm. Whether that makes him authentic or simply a more ethical performer, well, perhaps that's a distinction that matters more to philosophers than to the people his work is helping. Different voices, different roles, different performances, but all serving the same fundamental purpose of bringing light to darkness, hope to despair, justice to a world that often seemed beyond redemption. The show, indeed, would always go on. The only question was who would choose the script. The conservatory's morning light faded as Bruce Wayne closed his eyes, the philosophical weight of recent conversations settling into peaceful contemplation. Alfred's words about choosing performances that serve something greater echoed in his mind as sleep finally claimed him. In dreams, he found himself walking through gardens where voices whispered from beneath emerald leaves, where the line between performer and authentic self grew as thin as morning mist. When evening returned to Gotham, it would bring new mysteries, not of fractured minds seeking wholeness through wooden puppets, but of a brilliant scientist whose own transformation had blurred the boundaries between human consciousness and the ancient wisdom of growing things. The theater of the mind was about to give way to nature's own stage, where the performance of civilization would be questioned by powers far older than any human voice. The show, as always, would go on, but the next act would unfold not in candlelit theaters or shadow-filled alleyways, but in the green spaces where Gotham's urban sprawl yielded, however reluctantly, to the patient persistence of roots and leaves, and the woman who spoke their language better than her own. The first reports came from Robinson Park at dawn, joggers speaking of impossible beauty, their voices carrying the same dreamy cadence as those emerging from fever dreams. By midday, the park's familiar pathways had vanished beneath carpets of luminescent moss and flowering vines that seemed to pulse with their own inner rhythm. Batman stood at the park's eastern entrance as evening approached, watching tendrils of bioluminescent pollen drift through the air like fallen stars. The transformation happened overnight. Oracle's voice came softly through his cowl. Satellite imagery shows the affected area expanding by roughly 50 meters every hour. Whatever's causing this, it's accelerating. The park before him barely resembled the familiar green space that had served Gotham's families for generations. Ancient oaks now wore crowns of orchids that bloomed in impossible colors, their petals shifting through spectrums that seemed to exist beyond normal perception. Pathways that once led to playgrounds and picnic areas now wound through groves of plants that Alfred's botanical databases couldn't identify, species that appeared to combine characteristics from multiple continents, multiple evolutionary timelines. Temperatures steady at 72 degrees throughout the affected zone. Lucius Fox's voice joined the communication. Humidity's optimal for tropical growth, but there's no weather system causing it. The plants are creating their own microclimate. Batman activated his cowl's atmospheric analysis systems, studying the air currents that carried the strange pollen. Each mote seemed to glow with its own inner light, creating patterns that were almost hypnotic in their complexity. Any word from the people who went in earlier? That's where it gets concerning, Oracle replied. 17 visitors entered the affected area today. 7 emerged on their own, reporting the most peaceful experience of their lives. The other 10, her pause carried worry. They're still inside. Emergency services can see them on thermal imaging, sitting motionless among the flowers, apparently unharmed but completely unresponsive. The entrance to Robinson Park had been cordoned off by GCPD, but Batman could see gaps in their perimeter where the expanding vegetation had already begun to breach the boundaries. Vines crept along sidewalks with purposeful determination, and flowering shrubs pushed through cracks in the concrete with impossible speed. The transformation wasn't random. It followed patterns that suggested intelligence, intention. Alfred, Batman subvocalized. Pull up everything we have on exotic botanical research in Gotham. Focus on anything connected to consciousness alteration or psychoactive plant compounds. Oh, certainly, Master Bruce. Alfred's voice carried its usual calm professionalism, though Batman detected an undercurrent of concern. I should mention that Master Thomas kept extensive journals on botanical research. Some of his work involved experimental greenhouses on the Wayne property, facilities that were sealed after the accident. Batman felt a familiar tightness in his chest at the mention of his father. Thomas Wayne's scientific interests had been wide-reaching, including research that Bruce had never fully explored. Send me the relevant files, and Alfred, prepare the botanical analysis equipment in the cave. We may need to identify species that don't officially exist. As he moved closer to the park's transformed landscape, Batman noticed how the air itself seemed to shimmer with barely visible particles. His cowl's filters were working overtime, but trace amounts of unknown compounds were still reaching his respiratory system. Already he could feel a subtle shift in his perception. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds carried emotional undertones that hadn't been there moments before. Batman? A new voice crackled through his communication system. Detective Harvey Bullock, stationed at the GCPD perimeter. We've got Professor Elena Vasquez here. Says she needs to speak with you urgently. Something about her former student. Batman recognized the name immediately. Elena Vasquez had been one of Gotham University's most respected botanists, until a lab accident 3 years ago left her wheelchair-bound and ended her active research career. Her former student had been Pamela Isley, before Isley's transformation into the eco-terrorist known as Poison Ivy. Send her through, Batman replied, watching as an officer wheeled Professor Vasquez toward his position. Even at a distance, he could see the woman's distress. Her usually precise appearance disheveled, her hands trembling as she clutched a leather portfolio. Batman, she called as she approached, her voice carrying decades of academic authority mixed with genuine fear. This is my fault, all of it. I should have destroyed the research years ago, but I thought it might help us understand what happened to Pamela. She opened her portfolio. revealing pages covered with detailed botanical sketches and chemical formulas. These are Pamela's original research notes from before her transformation. She was working on something she called the neural garden, a theoretical ecosystem that could interface directly with human consciousness. Batman studied the sketches, his enhanced vision capturing details that spoke of brilliant scientific minds pushed beyond ethical boundaries. The plants in Robinson Park match these drawings. Not exactly, Professor Vasquez corrected, her academic precision intact despite her emotional state. These are evolved versions, more sophisticated than anything Pamela originally envisioned. She's had years to refine the concept. She pointed to a particular diagram showing root systems that formed geometric patterns. The neural networks she's created aren't just affecting individual plants. They're forming a collective intelligence. Oracle's voice cut through the explanation. Batman, the expansion rate just doubled. We're looking at the entire downtown area being affected within 24 hours if this continues. Professor Vasquez's face went pale. She's not trying to attack Gotham, she whispered. She's trying to save it. In her mind, humanity's problems can only be solved by returning to a pre-conscious state, living in harmony with nature without the burden of individual will. A paradise prison, Batman said quietly, understanding the full scope of Ivy's plan. She's creating a garden where people can exist in perfect peace, but only by surrendering their humanity. The professor nodded grimly. The plants release psychoactive compounds that induce a state of blissful surrender. People don't want to leave because they've never felt so content, so free from worry or pain, but they're not truly alive anymore. They're just existing. Batman turned his attention back to the transformed park, where bioluminescent flowers swayed in patterns that seemed to beckon him forward. Even through his cowl's filters, he could feel the subtle pull of whatever compounds were saturating the air, the promise of peace, of rest from the endless weight of his mission, whispered at the edges of his consciousness. Oracle, I'm going in, he announced, his voice steady despite the growing influence of Ivy's creation. Monitor my vital signs and keep communication open. If I don't respond within 2 hours, implement Containment Protocol 7. Batman, wait. Professor Vasquez reached out toward him. There's something else you need to know. The neural network isn't just local. Pamela's been preparing for this for months, maybe years. She's connected this garden to root systems throughout the city. Every park, every tree-lined street, every rooftop garden, they're all potential expansion points. Then we stop her here, Batman replied, stepping toward the luminescent boundary, where normal reality gave way to Ivy's transformed realm before it spreads any further. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world changed in ways that his rational mind struggled to process. The air became thick with the scent of impossible flowers, jasmine mixed with something that smelled like childhood memories, roses that carried the essence of laughter. Gravity seemed less insistent, and each step sent ripples of bioluminescence through the moss beneath his feet. Vital signs showing elevated serotonin and reduced cortisol, Oracle reported, her voice now seeming to come from very far away. The psychoactive compounds are affecting your brain chemistry despite the filtration. Batman forced himself to focus on the mission, though focusing itself was becoming increasingly difficult. The plants around him weren't just beautiful, they were perfect, each leaf and petal arranged in harmony that his aesthetic sense found deeply satisfying. This was how nature was meant to exist, his mind whispered, free from human interference, allowed to achieve its full potential. A path of luminescent stepping stones led deeper into the garden, and Batman found himself following it almost without conscious decision. Each step brought new wonders, trees that sang in harmonies that resonated in his bones, flowers that opened as he approached to reveal centers that sparkled like captured starlight. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear other voices, soft with contentment, speaking in dreamy murmurs about the peace they had found. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice cut through the growing euphoria, sharp with concern. "Your biometrics are showing signs of compromised decision-making. I'm reading elevated dopamine levels and decreased activity in your prefrontal cortex." The reminder of Alfred's presence helped Batman regain some clarity. He activated his cowl's enhanced analytical mode, forcing himself to see past the garden's seductive beauty to understand its true structure. The path he was following wasn't random. It led toward a central point where the bioluminescence was brightest, where the very air seemed to pulse with life. "The neural network has a hub," he reported, his voice slightly slurred despite his efforts at professional precision. "Everything's connected to a central consciousness." As he moved deeper into the garden, Batman began to see the people who had entered before him. They sat among the flowers in poses of perfect relaxation, their faces serene but empty of the spark that defined human consciousness. They weren't dead, but they weren't truly alive either, existing in a state of perfect contentment that required no thought, no will, no individual identity. They looked so peaceful, Batman found himself thinking, and had to shake his head vigorously to dispel the dangerous thought. This wasn't peace, it was surrender, the abdication of everything that made humanity worth protecting. The path led to a clearing where the impossible had become manifest, a greenhouse that couldn't exist, constructed entirely from living plants that had grown into walls of transparent leaves and flowering panels. Inside, he could glimpse a figure, moving with fluid grace among botanical wonders that defied every law of nature he understood. "Pamela," he called, his voice carrying across the impossible space. The figure turned, and Poison Ivy stepped into view. But this wasn't the eco-terrorist he had faced before. Her plant-hybrid physiology had evolved, becoming something more beautiful and more alien than ever before. Her skin held the luminescence of the flowers around her, and her hair moved with the slow grace of underwater plants. She was becoming the garden, or perhaps the garden was becoming her. "Bruce," she said, her voice carrying the rustling whisper of wind through leaves. "You've come to see what I've created. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it perfect?" Batman forced himself to resist the hypnotic quality of her voice, though part of him wanted nothing more than to agree, to sink into the peaceful embrace of her garden paradise. "You're stealing their humanity, Pamela. These people aren't living, they're just existing." Ivy's expression showed genuine confusion, as if the concept of individual consciousness was difficult for her to grasp. "They're free, Bruce. Free from anger, from fear, from the constant struggle that defines human existence. I've given them peace." "Peace without choice isn't peace," Batman replied, though his conviction wavered as the garden's influence continued to seep into his mind. "It's death of the spirit. Look around you," Ivy gestured to the wonders surrounding them. "This is what the world could be. A place where every living thing exists in harmony, where suffering is impossible because individual will doesn't create conflict." She stepped closer, and Batman caught the full force of her pheromones, compounds that spoke directly to his brain's reward centers. "You could stay, Bruce. You could finally rest from your crusade. The city would be safe because everyone would be content." The offer was seductive beyond reason. Batman's mind, always burdened with the weight of Gotham's problems, began to imagine what it would feel like to simply stop. To exist in perfect tranquility, free from the memories that drove him, free from the responsibility that defined him. Images began to surface. His parents, alive and laughing in a garden much like this one. Thomas Wayne's gentle hands showing young Bruce the names of flowers. Martha Wayne's smile as she arranged fresh blooms. In Ivy's realm, those memories could be more than memories. They could be eternal presence, an endless loop of perfect moments, unmarred by tragedy. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice cut through the seductive visions, transmitted directly to his auditory cortex through the cowl's bone conduction system. Remember why you wear the mask. Remember what you protect. The reminder helped Batman shake off some of the garden's influence, though the effort required all his considerable willpower. Oracle, analysis on the root system structure. How deep does this network extend? Scanning now, she replied, though her voice seemed to come from another dimension entirely. The roots extend. Oh God, Bruce. They're connected to the city's entire underground infrastructure. Every water main, every subway tunnel, every foundation. She's turned Gotham into a single living organism. Ivy smiled at his realization, her expression holding the patience of geological time. The city was already dying, Bruce. Choked by pollution, corrupted by human greed and violence. I'm not destroying Gotham. I'm healing it, transforming it into something that can truly live. Batman activated his cowl's deepest analysis protocols, pushing through the psychoactive haze to understand the true scope of what Ivy had created. The neural network she described wasn't just affecting Robinson Park. It was a city-wide web of consciousness that could potentially influence every person in Gotham. The people sitting peacefully among the flowers weren't victims of a single encounter. They were the first converts in a transformation that could encompass millions. Lucius, he sub-vocalized, hoping his communication system could still reach beyond the garden's influence. The pollen distribution patterns, do they match the underground root network? Affirmative, came Fox's reply, distorted but still clear. The spores are being distributed through the subway system's air circulation. At current expansion rates, we're looking at city-wide exposure within 18 hours. The magnitude of the threat helped Batman focus past the garden's seductive pull. This wasn't just about saving the people already trapped. It was about preventing the transformation of everyone he had sworn to protect. But fighting Ivy here, in the heart of her neural garden, felt like trying to punch smoke. Her consciousness was distributed throughout the plant network, and destroying any single component would only slow her down temporarily. There has to be a way to reverse this, he said, though speaking required enormous effort as the psychoactive compounds continued to build in his system. Ivy's expression showed something that might have been pity. Why would you want to reverse paradise, Bruce? Look at them, she gestured to the peaceful figures scattered throughout the garden. When have you ever seen humans look so content? When have you ever seen a world without violence, without suffering? Batman looked, and for a moment allowed himself to truly see what Ivy had created. The people among the flowers weren't just peaceful. They were radiant with a contentment that he had never witnessed in all his years protecting Gotham. Their faces held the serene joy of those who had found perfect acceptance, perfect unity with their environment. The sight awakened a longing in him that ran deeper than rational thought. How many nights had he spent fighting against the darkness of human nature? How many times had he witnessed the cruelty that people inflicted on each other? Ivy's garden offered an end to all of that, not through justice or redemption, but through the simple elimination of the individual will that made such cruelty possible. Alfred, he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. I need you to remind me why we fight. Alfred's response came through not just the communication system, but through memories that the garden's influence couldn't completely suppress. Young Bruce being taught to tend the Wayne family's rose garden, learning that beauty required both cultivation and pruning. Alfred's patient lessons about responsibility, about the weight that came with privilege, about the importance of choosing to do what was right, even when it was difficult. We fight, Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried across impossible distances, because choice is what makes us human, because peace without the possibility of struggle is not peace at all. It is the end of growth, the end of hope, the end of everything that makes life meaningful. The reminder helped Batman push back against the garden's influence, though the effort left him trembling with exhaustion. There has to be a central node, he realized aloud, something that maintains the network's coherence. Ivy's expression shifted, showing the first hint of concern he had seen from her. Bruce, please don't fight this. You of all people deserve rest. Let me give you peace. But Batman was already moving, following the patterns of bioluminescence that pulsed through the garden like a vast circulatory system. The light was brightest at the center of the clearing, where the impossible greenhouse stood, surrounded by flowers that seemed to exist partially in this dimension and partially in some realm of pure botanical consciousness. The greenhouse, he reported to Oracle, though speaking required pushing through layers of psychoactive haze. It's not just where she's controlling the network, it's where she's interfacing with it directly. Inside the transparent walls, he could see equipment that combined cutting-edge technology with organic growth. Computers whose circuits were grown rather than manufactured, monitoring systems that pulsed with the same rhythm as the surrounding plants, and at the center of it all, a chair that was less furniture than living throne. Its surface covered with tendrils that would interface directly with a human nervous system. She's hardwired herself into the network, Batman realized. She's not just controlling the plants, she's become part of them. The implications were staggering. If Ivy had truly merged her consciousness with the botanical network, then stopping her would require more than simple combat or negotiation. It would require understanding the connection itself, finding a way to separate her individual identity from the collective consciousness she had created. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried urgent concern. Your vitals are approaching dangerous levels. The psychoactive compounds are beginning to affect your cardiovascular system. You need to either find an antidote or remove yourself from the environment immediately. Batman knew Alfred was right, but he also knew that leaving now would mean abandoning Gotham to Ivy's vision of paradise. The neural network was too established, too widespread to be stopped from outside its influence. The only way to end this was from within, by somehow reaching the individual consciousness that Pamela Isley had once been. He approached the greenhouse, each step requiring more willpower than the last. The plants around him had begun to respond to his presence, flowers turning to track his movement, vines rustling with what sounded almost like whispered conversation. The garden knew he represented a threat to its perfect harmony, but it couldn't attack him directly. That would violate the very peace it was created to maintain. Pamela, he called as he reached the greenhouse walls, I want to understand what you've created. Show me how it works. Ivy appeared beside him with the fluid grace of growing plants. Her movement so natural it seemed like time-lapse photography of blooming flowers. You really want to see? She asked, her voice carrying genuine hope. You want to understand the beauty of what we could become? Batman nodded, though the gesture felt like moving through thick honey. The psychoactive compounds had reached levels that made complex thought nearly impossible. but he held onto his core mission through sheer force of will. Ivy gestured, and the greenhouse walls became permeable, allowing them to step inside without opening any visible door. The interior defied spatial logic, vast enough to contain impossible gardens, yet intimate enough to feel like a private sanctuary. Plants from every ecosystem on Earth grew in perfect harmony, their needs somehow balanced by the network's collective intelligence. "This is what I was trying to create in my research," Ivy explained, her voice full of wonder at her own achievement. "A closed ecosystem where every component supports every other component. No competition, no conflict, no death. Just endless, sustainable growth." At the center of the greenhouse stood the living throne Batman had glimpsed from outside. Up close, he could see that it was more than a chair. It was an interface point where human consciousness could merge with the botanical network. Thousands of hair-thin tendrils emerged from its surface, ready to make neural connections that would link an individual mind to the collective intelligence. "This is how I maintain the network," Ivy explained, settling into the throne with obvious relief. The tendrils immediately connected with her nervous system, and her expression became even more serene. "Through me, every plant in the network can access human intelligence. Through the network, I can experience the peace of pure botanical existence." Batman watched as Ivy's consciousness expanded to encompass the entire garden. Her awareness touched every flower, every root, every person sitting in peaceful surrender among the impossible plants. For a moment, he glimpsed what she experienced, a vast, interconnected web of life where every component existed in perfect harmony. The vision was seductive beyond measure. In Ivy's network there was no loneliness, no individual suffering, no tragic memories that haunted quiet moments. There was only the endless cycle of growth and renewal, consciousness without the burden of individual identity. "You could join us, Bruce," Ivy said, though her voice now seemed to come from every plant in the greenhouse simultaneously. "The network can support another consciousness. You could help guide humanity into this new form of existence." Batman felt the offer pull at every part of his psyche that craved peace, that yearned for an end to the endless struggle against Gotham's darkness. The throne beside Ivy's had space for him, its tendrils already reaching toward him with gentle invitation. "Oracle," he sub-vocalized, though forming the words required tremendous effort. "Status on the citywide network." "Expansion has accelerated," came her reply, distorted by distance and the garden's influence. "Preliminary reports of euphoric episodes in 7 different neighborhoods. We're approaching the tipping point." The reminder of his responsibility helped Batman resist the throne's invitation, though the effort left him swaying on his feet. "Pamela, what happens to individual choice in your network? What happens to human growth, to the possibility of change?" Ivy's expression showed confusion, as if the concepts he was describing had become foreign to her merged consciousness. "Growth happens constantly in the network, Bruce. Every moment brings new connections, new harmonies. Change is the fundamental nature of life. But not individual change," Batman pressed, forcing his drugged mind to articulate the distinction. "Not the kind of change that comes from choosing to be better than you were, from struggling against your limitations. Your network eliminates the possibility of individual growth by eliminating individual consciousness." For the first time since entering the garden, Batman saw uncertainty flicker across Ivy's features. "Individual consciousness creates suffering," she said, though the statement sounded less certain than before. "Competition, conflict, the cruelty that humans inflict on each other and on the natural world. It also creates love," Batman replied, drawing on memories that the psychoactive compounds couldn't quite suppress. Real love, chosen freely despite all the risks it brings. It creates art, creates the possibility of sacrifice, creates every moment of genuine beauty that humans have ever achieved. Ivy's connection to the network seemed to waver slightly, and Batman felt some of the garden's oppressive influence diminish. Love exists in the network, she insisted. Perfect love without jealousy or loss. Love without choice isn't love, Batman said, echoing Alfred's earlier wisdom. Existence. And existence without the possibility of loss isn't life, it's stagnation. The greenhouse around them began to shift, its perfect harmony showing subtle signs of discord. Plants that had grown in impossible combinations started to separate, their individual natures reasserting themselves against the network's forced unity. "You're destroying it," Ivy said, her voice carrying genuine anguish. "You're bringing chaos back to paradise." "I'm bringing choice back to paradise," Batman corrected. "The choice to stay or leave, to grow or remain static, to love or exist in safety." He could see the network beginning to destabilize as Ivy's absolute certainty wavered. The people sitting among the flowers started to show signs of returning awareness, their peaceful expressions flickering with confusion and growing consciousness. Alfred, Batman, sub-vocalized, "Prepare medical teams for mass psychoactive exposure. We're going to have a lot of people who need help readjusting to individual consciousness." "Already prepared, Master Bruce," Alfred replied, his voice carrying relief. "Professor Vasquez has been working with Dr. Tompkins to develop treatments for the psychoactive compounds." Ivy rose from her throne, the tendrils disconnecting with obvious reluctance. "You don't understand what you're doing, Bruce. Without the network, they'll return to all the pain and conflict they escaped. They'll suffer. They'll live," Batman replied. "Really live, with all the joy and sorrow that entails. They'll have the chance to choose their own version of happiness, instead of accepting the one you've imposed on them." The greenhouse was dissolving around them, its impossible architecture returning to more mundane botanical reality. The network's influence was fading as Ivy's absolute conviction crumbled, and Batman felt his own mind clearing as the psychoactive compounds were metabolized and filtered out of his system. "The network is collapsing," Oracle reported, her voice suddenly crystal clear. "Pollen levels dropping rapidly throughout the affected areas. Whatever you did, it's working." Batman watched as Ivy stood among the dissolving remains of her perfect garden, her expression cycling through loss, confusion, and something that might have been relief. "I was trying to save them," she said quietly. "I was trying to save everyone." "I know," Batman replied, his voice gentle despite everything that had happened. "But salvation has to be chosen, Pamela. It can't be imposed, no matter how beautiful the prison." Around them, Robinson Park was returning to its normal state. The impossible flowers were fading, the luminescent moss dimming to ordinary green. People throughout the garden were stirring from their peaceful surrender, their individual consciousness reasserting itself against the fading influence of the neural network. As Batman prepared to escort Ivy into custody, she turned to him with an expression of genuine curiosity. "Do you ever wonder if you made the right choice, Bruce? Do you ever think about how much simpler it would be to just stop fighting?" Batman considered the question seriously, remembering the seductive peace he had felt in her garden paradise. "Every day," he admitted. "But that's what makes the choice meaningful. That's what makes the fight worth fighting." As medical teams moved through the park to help those recovering from the network's influence, Batman reflected on what Ivy had almost accomplished. Her vision of paradise hadn't been entirely wrong. There was genuine beauty in the harmony she had created. real peace in the surrender she offered, but peace without choice was indeed a form of death, and beauty without the possibility of struggle was ultimately meaningless. The city's lights stretched out below them as they left Robinson Park, each light representing an individual consciousness choosing its own path through the darkness. It wasn't the perfect harmony of Ivy's network, but it was something more precious, the messy, chaotic, ultimately hopeful reality of human beings choosing to grow, to change, to love, despite all the risks those choices entailed. In the days that followed, Gotham slowly recovered from its brush with botanical paradise. Professor Vasquez worked with city officials to identify and treat the network's remaining influence, while Lucius Fox developed new monitoring systems to detect similar large-scale psychoactive attacks. Alfred tended the Wayne Manor Gardens with his usual care, though Bruce noticed he spent extra time ensuring each plant maintained its individual character rather than growing in perfect harmony. And in the depths of Arkham Asylum, Pamela Isley sat in a cell, surrounded by carefully monitored plant life, her expression cycling between the memory of perfect unity and the slow, difficult process of rediscovering individual consciousness. Sometimes she wondered if Batman had been right to destroy her network, and sometimes she mourned the paradise she had briefly created. But increasingly she found herself curious about what individual growth might look like, what choices she might make if given the chance to choose freely once again. Batman's final visit to Robinson Park came a week after the incident. As the last traces of the neural network faded from the soil, the park looked almost normal again, though careful observers might notice that the flowers seemed slightly more vibrant, the trees slightly more graceful than before. Some of Ivy's influence would always remain, not as a network of imposed harmony, but as a reminder that beauty and consciousness could coexist without one dominating the other. Standing among the ordinary flowers in the ordinary moonlight, Batman reflected on the nature of paradise and the price of peace. Ivy's garden had offered genuine serenity, real freedom from suffering, but it had demanded the surrender of everything that made that peace meaningful. Choice, growth, the possibility of individual love and loss. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice came through the cowl, carrying the warmth that had anchored him through decades of darkness. How are you feeling? The medical analysis shows traces of the psychoactive compounds will remain in your system for several more days. Batman breathed deeply, testing his perceptions against the memory of Ivy's influence. Different, he admitted. The experience, it showed me something about myself I hadn't expected. And what was that, sir? How much I've been carrying alone, Batman replied quietly. In her network, the weight of protecting Gotham was distributed among every consciousness. For a moment, I felt what it would be like to share that burden completely. Alfred's pause carried understanding. But sharing the burden completely would mean sharing the choice to carry it, wouldn't it? And that choice, that individual decision to protect others, is what makes the burden meaningful. Exactly. Batman moved through the park's restored pathways, noting how the remaining traces of Ivy's influence had settled into patterns that enhanced rather than overwhelmed the natural ecosystem. The network offered peace, but it was the peace of surrender. What we do here, what you and I choose to do together, is the peace of purpose. Oracle's voice joined the conversation. Speaking of purpose, we've got reports coming in from the people who were affected by the network. The psychological evaluations are interesting. How so? Most of them describe the experience as transformative, but not in the way Ivy intended. They talk about understanding their individual consciousness more clearly because they experienced what it was like to lose it. Several have started therapy, others have made major life changes. It's like the network gave them perspective on their own agency. Batman found this revelation both surprising and deeply satisfying. They chose to grow from the experience. Which brings up another point, Oracle continued. Professor Vasquez wants to meet with you again. She's been analyzing tissue samples from the network's root system, and she's discovered something significant about Ivy's condition. The meeting took place 2 days later in the secure botanical laboratory that Lucius Fox had established in a subsidiary of Wayne Enterprises. Professor Vasquez wheeled herself between tables covered with plant specimens that glowed faintly with residual bioluminescence, her scientific excitement overriding the guilt that had driven her during the crisis. "Look at this," she said, indicating a microscopic image on her computer screen. "These are cellular samples from the network's primary nodes. Notice the unusual protein structures?" Batman studied the image, his cowl's analysis comparing it against thousands of known botanical specimens. The cells show signs of hybrid development, part plant, part human. Exactly. But here's what's fascinating. The transformation isn't stable. The network wasn't just changing other people's consciousness, it was completing Pamela's own transformation in ways she didn't understand. Professor Vasquez switched to another image, showing cellular degradation. Without the network to support her hybrid physiology, she's reverting to a more human baseline. Which means her connection to plant consciousness is weakening. For the first time since her original transformation, she's becoming primarily human again. The professor's expression carried hope mixed with scientific caution. It might be possible to complete the reversion, to give her back her original human consciousness, while retaining some of her botanical knowledge. Batman considered the implications. Have you discussed this with her? That's why I wanted to speak with you first. The process would require her willing participation, and given her current mental state, Professor Vasquez trailed off, her meaning clear. She might not want to give up her connection to the plant world, Batman finished. Even after the network's collapse, it's still part of who she's become. The conversation with Ivy took place in Arkham's maximum security botanical wing, where her cell had been designed to accommodate her unique physiology while preventing any possibility of plant-based escape. She sat surrounded by carefully monitored flowers, her appearance noticeably more human than it had been during the network incident. "You look different," Batman observed, settling into the chair across from her containment area. Ivy's smile carried a wistfulness that seemed entirely human. "I feel different. The network's collapse left me disconnected. For years, I could sense every plant in Gotham, feel their growth and seasonal changes as part of my own consciousness. Now, there's just silence. Do you miss it? The connection? Yes. The certainty it provided? Sometimes." Ivy turned her attention to a small orchid growing beside her chair, its blooms a natural purple rather than the impossible colors her network had produced. "But I'm also experiencing something I hadn't felt in years. Curiosity about what I might become rather than what I already am." Batman leaned forward slightly. "Professor Vasquez believes your transformation might be reversible, that you could choose to become primarily human again while retaining your botanical knowledge." Ivy's expression cycled through surprise, fear, and something that might have been hope. "Human again? After everything I've done? Everything I've become?" "The choice would be yours," Batman emphasized. "No one would force the change on you. But it would be a choice, the kind of individual decision your network made impossible. For several minutes, Ivy sat in contemplative silence, her fingers absently stroking the orchid's petals. I created the network because I believed individual consciousness was the source of all suffering, she said finally. But in these past few days, experiencing my own individual thoughts again, there's beauty in the uncertainty, isn't there? In not knowing what I might choose to do next. That's what makes choice meaningful, Batman agreed. The possibility of surprise, even to yourself. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Joan Leland, Arkham's chief psychiatrist, carrying a tablet displaying psychological evaluation results. Pamela, I hope you don't mind the interruption, but I wanted to share some findings with both of you. Of course, Doctor, Ivy replied, her tone carrying genuine warmth that hadn't been present during her network phase. Dr. Leland activated her tablet's display. We've been monitoring your brain activity since the network's collapse, and the results are remarkable. Your neural patterns are showing increased activity in areas associated with individual identity formation and empathy toward other individuals rather than collective consciousness. What does that mean in practical terms? Batman asked. It means that Pamela's capacity for individual moral reasoning is returning, Dr. Leland explained. The network suppressed those neural pathways in favor of collective harmony, but they're reactivating now that she's disconnected. Ivy's expression showed wonder at her own changing consciousness. I can feel it happening. When I think about the people who were affected by my network, I feel guilt. Individual guilt for individual harm, rather than the abstract regret of disturbing collective harmony. Guilt can be constructive, Batman offered. It's what motivates people to make amends, to choose differently in the future. Is that what drives you? Ivy asked. Individual guilt over what happened to your parents? Batman considered the question carefully. Partly. But more than guilt, it's the choice to ensure that others don't experience the same loss. The network would have eliminated that choice by eliminating the possibility of loss itself. Dr. Leland made notes on her tablet. This conversation is actually therapeutic for Pamela's reintegration process. Discussing individual choice and moral reasoning helps strengthen those neural pathways. Over the following weeks, Batman found himself making regular visits to Arkham, not as an interrogator or adversary, but as someone uniquely qualified to understand the weight of individual choice in the face of overwhelming responsibility. Ivy's transformation back toward humanity was gradual but steady, marked by increasing complexity in her emotional responses and growing awareness of herself as an individual rather than part of a collective consciousness. I've been thinking about the people in my network, she said during one visit, her voice carrying a sorrow that was entirely personal. They trusted me to care for them, and I took away the very thing that made them themselves. But they chose to enter the network initially, Batman pointed out. They were seeking something, peace, escape from individual suffering. Your methods were wrong, but their need was real. Ivy nodded slowly. That's what Professor Vasquez has been helping me understand. The desire to eliminate suffering is admirable, but eliminating the consciousness that experiences suffering isn't the same as eliminating suffering itself. What do you think would be a better approach? I don't know yet, Ivy admitted, and Batman could hear the uncertainty that marked returning individual consciousness. But I think maybe helping people strengthen their individual ability to cope with suffering rather than trying to eliminate their individuality entirely. The conversation was interrupted by Alfred's voice through Batman's cowl. Master Bruce, I apologize for the interruption, but we have a situation developing in Robinson Park. Early reports suggest some of the network's root systems have reactivated. Batman's expression sharpened with concern, but Ivy looked genuinely puzzled. That's not possible. When the network collapsed, I felt every connection sever. There shouldn't be any active nodes left. Oracle, what are we looking at? Batman sub-vocalized. Preliminary scans show bioluminescent activity in the park's southeast section, but it's different from before. The patterns are chaotic, uncontrolled, more like plant life trying to reconnect to something that's no longer there. Dr. Leland looked between Batman and Ivy with professional concern. This could be dangerous for Pamela's recovery process. If there are still active elements of her network consciousness. No, Ivy said firmly, her voice carrying conviction that surprised everyone in the room. If part of the network is still active, it's operating without guidance, without the consciousness that gave it purpose. It would be like a body trying to function without a brain. Batman understood immediately. Dangerous because it's uncontrolled, not because it's following a plan. Exactly. The network was stable because every element was connected to every other element through my consciousness. Without that central coordination, Ivy trailed off, her expression showing fear for the first time since her capture. It could grow wildly, consuming everything in its path without the restraint that conscious control provided, Batman finished. Within the hour, Batman found himself back in Robinson Park, this time accompanied by Ivy under heavy guard and Professor Vasquez's mobile laboratory unit. The affected area was smaller than during the original incident, but the plant growth was more aggressive, more chaotic. Vines wrapped around trees with crushing force, flowers bloomed and died in rapid cycles, and the bioluminescence flickered erratically like a broken electrical system. In pain, Ivy said softly, her voice carrying empathy that was entirely human. The network fragments are trying to reconnect, but they don't have the consciousness needed to form stable connections. Professor Vasquez monitored readings from her mobile equipment. The chemical emissions are wildly unstable. Instead of the controlled psychoactive compounds from before, we're seeing random combinations that could be toxic. Can you reconnect with it? Batman asked Ivy. Provide the guidance it needs to stabilize? Ivy's expression showed genuine fear. I could try, but reconnecting to the network might undo all the progress I'd made toward individual consciousness. I might lose myself again. Batman understood the weight of what he was asking. The choice is yours, Pamela. No one can make it for you. For several long moments, Ivy stood at the edge of the chaotic garden, watching plant life destroy itself in its desperate attempt to reconnect to the consciousness it had lost. Then, with visible effort, she stepped forward into the affected area. I won't reconnect completely, she said, her voice steady with decision, but I can provide enough guidance to help the fragments find stability on their own. What followed was unlike anything Batman had witnessed before. Ivy moved through the chaotic garden with careful precision, touching plants that were destroying themselves in their confusion, speaking to them in a language that was part human words, part chemical communication. Gradually, the frantic growth slowed, the erratic bioluminescence steadied into gentle patterns. She's teaching them to exist independently, Professor Vasquez observed with scientific wonder. Instead of creating a new network, she's helping each plant group develop its own stable consciousness. Batman watched as Ivy completed her work, noting how she maintained her individual identity throughout the process. Instead of merging with the plant consciousness as she had done before, she remained distinctly human while providing the guidance the fragments needed. It's finished, she announced, stepping back from the now peaceful garden. They'll be stable now, able to grow without the network's support. And you? Batman asked. How do you feel? Ivy considered the question carefully. Different. I helped them without losing myself in the process. It felt like teaching rather than controlling. Dr. Leland, who had been monitoring Ivy's vital signs throughout the process, looked up from her readings with evident satisfaction. Her neural patterns remained stable throughout. She maintained individual consciousness while providing assistance to other forms of consciousness. That's a remarkable demonstration of psychological integration. In the weeks that followed, Ivy continued her recovery under Dr. Leland's care, while the stabilized garden fragments in Robinson Park became a unique ecosystem, plants that retained some of their enhanced capabilities without the controlling network consciousness. Visitors to the park reported feelings of calm and connection to nature, but without the overwhelming compulsion to surrender their individual identity. It's like she found a middle path, Oracle observed during one of Batman's reports, between the isolation of pure individuality and the dissolution of network consciousness. Batman agreed, finding something hopeful in Ivy's journey back to humanity. She learned that helping others doesn't require eliminating yourself, and that individual consciousness doesn't have to mean individual isolation. The final chapter of the incident came months later, when Ivy was granted supervised release to work with Professor Vasquez on legitimate botanical research. Their first project focused on developing plants that could help people with psychological trauma, not by eliminating their individual consciousness, but by providing natural environments that supported individual healing and growth. I understand now what I was trying to do wrong before, Ivy explained during their first public presentation of the research. I was trying to eliminate suffering by eliminating the consciousness that experiences it. But consciousness, individual consciousness, isn't the problem. It's the solution. It's what allows us to recognize suffering, to choose to help alleviate it, and to grow from the experience of both causing and healing harm. Batman attended the presentation from the shadows, watching as Ivy demonstrated how plants could be cultivated to support human psychological well-being without compromising human agency. Her work showed the possibility of harmony between human consciousness and natural systems, not through the surrender of one to the other, but through mutual respect and understanding. As he prepared to leave, Batman reflected on what Ivy's journey had taught him about his own mission. The choice to protect Gotham, to carry the weight of individual responsibility for others' welfare, was meaningful precisely because it was chosen freely. Any system that eliminated that choice, whether through Ivy's network consciousness or through more conventional forms of control, ultimately diminished the very humanity it claimed to protect. The night air carried the scent of Ivy's stabilized gardens, while plants grew in individual beauty while maintaining connection to their environment. In that balance between independence and interdependence, Batman found a metaphor for what he tried to achieve in his work, protecting individual choice while fostering the connections that made community possible. Standing among the ordinary flowers in the ordinary moonlight, Batman reflected on the nature of paradise and the price of peace. Ivy's garden had offered genuine serenity, real freedom from suffering, but it had demanded the surrender of everything that made that peace meaningful: choice, growth, the possibility of individual love and loss. As he prepared to return to his patrol of Gotham's darker corners, Batman carried with him the memory of perfect botanical harmony and the knowledge that he had chosen correctly in rejecting it. The city's chaos, its endless potential for both cruelty and kindness, remained infinitely more valuable than any imposed paradise. The night air carried the scent of ordinary flowers, each bloom choosing its own time to open. its own way to meet the darkness. In that simple, chaotic beauty, Batman found a peace more profound than anything Ivy's network could have provided. The peace that came from protecting not just life, but the freedom to choose how that life was lived. The night air carried the scent of ordinary flowers, each bloom choosing its own time to open, its own way to meet the darkness. In that simple, chaotic beauty, Batman found a peace more profound than anything Ivy's network could have provided. The peace that came from protecting not just life, but the freedom to choose how that life was lived. As he swung away from Robinson Park, the memory of botanical harmony still fresh in his mind, Batman's cowl picked up an unusual silence. Cutting through Gotham's typical nighttime symphony, the absence of sound was as striking as any alarm. Somewhere in the city, even the ambient noise of urban life had been swallowed by an unnatural quiet. "Oracle," he sub-vocalized. "I'm detecting an acoustic anomaly in the Cathedral District. What's the status on St. Bartholomew's bell tower?" "That odd," came her reply, accompanied by the sound of rapid typing. "The tower's automated bell system should have chimed midnight 3 minutes ago. But I'm not reading any mechanical failures, and the power grid in that area is stable." Batman altered his trajectory toward the Cathedral District, where Gothic spires pierced Gotham's skyline like ancient prayers made manifest in stone. The contrast between the living, breathing garden he had just left and the eternal stillness of sacred architecture created an unsettling juxtaposition in his mind. Where Ivy's realm had pulsed with overwhelming life, something in the cathedral quarter seemed to have absorbed all sound, all movement, all signs of existence itself. The transition from one silence to another felt like crossing between different kinds of death, from the death of individual will to something far more final, far more absolute. In the distance, St. Bartholomew's bell tower stood dark against the stars, its ancient bells holding their tongues in a silence that seemed to spread like an infection through the surrounding streets. Whatever waited in that tower, Batman knew it represented a different kind of threat than Ivy's seductive paradise. Where her network had offered the peaceful surrender of consciousness, this new silence promised something altogether more permanent. The kind of quiet that only came when all possibility of choice, of growth, of existence itself had been extinguished forever. Rain fell in gentle sheets across Gotham's oldest districts, where centuries-old bell towers rose like silent sentinels above cobblestone streets that remembered different times. The drops tapped a steady rhythm against weathered stone and forgotten brass, creating a symphony of whispers that only the night could hear. From his perch atop the Wayne Foundation building, Batman watched the city's lights flicker and fade in precise patterns, each blackout zone expanding like ink through water before dissolving back into illumination. The third night of the power grid anomalies had brought something worse than darkness. Within each blackout zone, when the lights returned, they revealed what the shadows had hidden. A body, always alone, always marked with the same precise tally marks carved into pale skin. 3 victims so far, each found in locations that seemed random until you understood the deeper geography of Gotham's founding families. "The pattern is becoming clearer, Master Bruce." Alfred's voice came through the cowl's communication system, his tone carrying the weight of careful analysis. Each victim was found near properties once owned by the original city planners. The Willoughby Mansion ruins, the old Pemberton Warehouse district, and now the former Blackgate family estate. Batman shifted his position as another section of the city plunged into darkness, this one encompassing the historic Clock Tower district. His enhanced vision tracked the precise boundaries of the outage, too perfect to be accidental. too sophisticated to be random infrastructure failure. Someone was controlling Gotham's power grid with surgical precision, using the city's own electrical nervous system as a weapon. Oracle's analysis of the grid disruptions shows they're being triggered from elevated positions, Alfred continued, his fingers audible against keyboard keys in the cave below. Specifically, from transmission points that would give clear sight lines to multiple city blocks. The bell towers, Batman realized, his voice barely disturbing the rain-soaked air. Someone's using the old church towers as command posts. The city's skyline was dotted with dozens of these architectural remnants from an earlier era, when Gotham's spiritual life had centered around grand churches with bells that once called the faithful to prayer across miles of urban landscape. Movement caught his attention in the darkened district below, a figure moving with purpose through streets now lit only by emergency lighting and the occasional flicker of backup generators. Batman launched himself from the building's edge, his cape catching the rain-heavy air as he glided toward the disturbance. The Clock Tower district had been gentrifying slowly, old buildings converted to artists' lofts and boutique businesses, but tonight it felt abandoned, emptied by the sudden darkness. Batman touched down on a fire escape overlooking the main street, rain streaming from his cowl as he scanned for signs of the figure he'd spotted from above. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried concern. Commissioner Gordon reports they've lost radio contact with Officer Chen. She was investigating suspicious activity in your current location approximately 15 minutes ago. A scream pierced the night, sharp and brief, coming from the direction of St. Bartholomew's, one of the district's oldest churches, its bell tower rising nearly 200 feet above the surrounding buildings. Batman moved toward the sound, his boots silent on wet pavement, despite his urgency. The church had been abandoned for over a decade, its congregation dwindled to nothing as the neighborhood changed, but the building remained, watched over by a rotating series of caretakers who ensured its architectural integrity, if not its spiritual purpose. He found Officer Chen in the church's side courtyard, pressed against a stone wall with her service weapon drawn but trembling in her grip. She was young, probably fresh from the academy, and her wide eyes tracked movements that Batman couldn't immediately see. "Officer," he said quietly, stepping into her peripheral vision slowly enough not to startle her. "What did you see?" Chen's breath came in sharp gasps, but her voice was steady. "Someone in the bell tower, moving around up there with some kind of equipment. When the lights went out, I came to investigate, but..." She gestured toward the church entrance, where the heavy wooden doors stood slightly ajar. "I heard someone counting, over and over, numbers, but in a voice that didn't sound right." "Alfred," Batman sub-vocalized, "scan for thermal signatures in the bell tower." "It's scanning now," came the immediate reply. "Yes, I'm detecting movement approximately 180 feet above street level. Heat signature suggests one individual, but there are electronic devices generating significant thermal output." "Master Bruce, be careful. The positioning gives anyone up there complete tactical advantage." Batman studied the church's exterior, noting the various access points and the condition of the stonework. "Officer Chen, I need you to move to a secure position and call for backup, but keep them at least 2 blocks away until I give the all clear." She nodded, professional training overriding her obvious fear. "Batman, when I heard the counting, it wasn't just numbers. It was like someone keeping score." The observation sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the rain. He'd encountered that kind of methodical counting before, always in connection with a particular kind of madness that reduced human lives to simple arithmetic. As Officer Chen moved away, Batman found a maintenance access at the church's rear and began his ascent through the building's interior. The maintenance passages of St. Bartholomew's revealed the church's age in layers of accumulated history. Paint peeled from walls that had been repainted dozens of times over the decades, each layer representing a different era of the congregation's care for their sacred space. Batman moved through narrow corridors lined with forgotten storage rooms filled with Christmas decorations from the 1970s. Folding chairs stacked like sleeping giants and boxes of hymnals whose pages had yellowed with decades of faithful use. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried through the communication system. I'm cross-referencing the power grid anomalies with historical records of Gotham's original church architecture. The pattern is even more sophisticated than we initially thought. Whoever planned this studied not just the locations of the bell towers, but their acoustic properties, their sight lines, and their relationship to the city's electrical infrastructure. Batman paused at a junction where the maintenance corridor split toward different sections of the church. The counting from above had grown slightly louder, suggesting he was getting closer to the source. But there was something else now. A rhythmic electronic beeping that seemed to pulse in counterpoint to the voice reciting numbers. The electronic signature you're detecting, Alfred continued, it's not just computers. There are multiple devices generating electromagnetic pulses in specific patterns. Whatever he's doing up there, it's coordinated with equipment at other locations across the city. A network. Batman realized, choosing the corridor that led most directly toward the bell tower. He's not just using the towers as vantage points. He's turned them into nodes in a communication system. The corridor began to incline upward, following the church's architectural transition from ground level to the soaring heights of its bell tower. Through gaps in the stonework, Batman could see glimpses of the main sanctuary below. Rows of empty pews facing an altar that still bore fresh flowers, suggesting someone still cared for this abandoned place despite its dwindling congregation. Master Bruce. Alfred's tone carried new concern. I'm detecting similar electronic signatures at 4 other locations now. Whatever network he's established, it's larger than the 3 we initially identified. And there's something else. The electromagnetic pulses aren't random. They're following a mathematical sequence. Batman reached a landing where a narrow window offered a view of Gotham's skyline. In the distance, he could see other bell towers and church spires, many of them dark silhouettes against the storm-heavy sky. But several showed tiny points of light in their upper reaches, not the warm glow of traditional church lighting, but the cold blue flicker of electronic equipment. How many locations total? He asked quietly. At least 7 confirmed, possibly more. The electronic signatures are sophisticated enough that some could be masked from our detection systems. Alfred's typing was more rapid now, suggesting increased urgency. Master Bruce, if he's established command posts at 7 or more locations, coordinating simultaneous takedowns becomes exponentially more difficult. The counting from above had grown clearer, and Batman could now make out individual words between the numbers. 38, 39, 40. Another streetwalker who thought the darkness was just inconvenience. 41, 42, 43. The businessman who stayed late because he valued profit over safety. 44. Each number was accompanied by what sounded like a brief biographical sketch, as if Zaj was keeping detailed records not just of his victims' deaths, but of their lives leading up to those deaths. The methodical nature of it was chilling, not the random violence of opportunity, but carefully researched and catalogued murder. Batman resumed his climb, the maintenance corridor now following the tower's circular staircase. The stone walls bore centuries of carved initials and brief messages left by church caretakers and bell ringers. J.M., 1847. For Mary's soul, may she rest in peace. Storm damage repaired July 1923. The tower held the memories of everyone who had ever climbed these stairs in service of the church's mission. Alfred, he sub-vocalized, can you access the historical records for St. Bartholomew's? I need to know about previous caretakers, anyone who might have had detailed knowledge of the building's systems. Checking now, Alfred replied. The church has been maintained by the same family for over 60 years, the Hendersons, currently under the care of James Henderson, grandson of the original caretaker. But Master Bruce, church records show that several items were stolen from their archives 6 months ago, including detailed architectural plans and maintenance schedules. That explained how Zach had gained such intimate knowledge of the building's layout, but it also suggested his planning had been underway for months, possibly longer. This wasn't an improvised crime spree, it was a meticulously orchestrated campaign with specific goals and methodologies. The electronic beeping was growing stronger, mixing with the sound of the continuing count. 47. 48. The nurse who thought compassion could protect her from mathematics. 49. 50. Batman reached the final landing before the bell chamber itself. Through the heavy wooden door ahead, he could see flickering light that suggested multiple computer screens. But he could also hear something else now, a low humming that wasn't quite mechanical. It took him a moment to realize what it was. Zaz was humming a melody between his counts, something that sounded almost like a hymn. The inside of St. Bartholomew's retained the hushed atmosphere of sacred spaces, even in abandonment. Moonlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting colored shadows across empty pews and a dust-covered altar. But the silence that should have been peaceful carried an underlying tension, broken by soft sounds from high above. Footsteps, the scrape of metal against stone, and yes, barely audible counting. 47, 48, 49. The voice drifted down from the bell tower, flat and emotionless, like someone reciting a shopping list. Batman climbed the narrow spiral staircase that led to the tower, each step bringing the voice into clearer focus. The counting continued, methodical and patient, punctuated by small mechanical sounds that suggested electronic equipment being operated with practiced precision. Alfred, he whispered, I need you to trace the power grid disruptions in real time. Someone up here is coordinating the blackouts. Already on it, Master Bruce. The disruptions are being triggered by remote access to transformer stations, but the commands are coming from your location. Whoever's up there has broken into the city's electrical management system. The staircase opened onto the bell chamber, where massive bronze bells hung silent in their wooden framework. But the counting voice came from higher still, from the tower's uppermost level, where the original bell ringers would have controlled the entire carillon. Batman continued upward, his movements barely disturbing the ancient air. 52, 53, 54. He reached the final platform and found himself facing a figure hunched over multiple laptop computers and electronic devices, all powered by a portable generator that hummed quietly in the corner. The man's back was turned, but Batman recognized the distinctive scarred pattern across his exposed arms and neck, countless tally marks carved into flesh, a grotesque accounting of lives taken. Victor Zazaz had always been Gotham's most methodical killer, treating murder as a form of bookkeeping, where each victim represented a point scored in some incomprehensible game. But this setup suggested something far more elaborate than his usual random strikes. 55, 56. Zash continued counting without turning around, his fingers dancing across keyboard keys. You're earlier than I calculated, Batman. But then again, my math has been getting more interesting lately. The power grid, Batman said, studying the equipment arrays. "You're using the blackouts to isolate your victims." "Not just isolate," Zash replied, finally turning around with that characteristic empty smile. "Creating perfect hunting grounds. Each blackout zone becomes a little pocket of the old world before electric lights and security cameras and all the artificial barriers people use to pretend they're safe." His scarred hands gestured toward the computer screens showing grid schematics. 57 minutes of preparation for each zone, 57 minutes to study the patterns, learn who walks alone, who stays late, who thinks darkness is just an inconvenience instead of an opportunity. Batman moved slightly, positioning himself between Zash and the stairs. 3 victims so far. You're following some kind of pattern. 3 down, 54 to go, Zash confirmed cheerfully. 57 total. 1 for each bell tower in Gotham's original city plan. Each tower was supposed to watch over a specific number of families, you see. The church records are very precise about these things. 57 towers, 57 areas of responsibility, 57 perfect hunting grounds. The madness of it was breathtaking in its scope. Slash had researched Gotham's ecclesiastical history, mapped the city's original spiritual geography, and was now using that ancient pattern as a template for modern murder. Each bell tower would serve as a command post for Blackout in its historical area of influence. "Alfred," Batman subvocalized. "He's planning 57 murders total. We need to identify all the original bell tower locations, already cross-referencing historical church records with current power grid access points." Alfred replied immediately. "Master Bruce, if his pattern holds, the next blackout should occur in the Merchants' Quarter, centered on the old St. Catherine's Tower. But that's been demolished. The site is now a parking garage." "Parking garage?" Batman looked at Zash, who was watching him with amused interest. "Your voice carried," Zash noted. "And yes, not all of the original towers still stand. That's what makes this so much more interesting. Some hunting grounds need to be created from scratch." He gestured toward a blueprint spread across one of the tables, architectural plans for temporary cell phone towers. "Amazing what you can accomplish with the right permits and a believable cover story about improving cellular coverage." The scope of the planning was staggering. Stas hadn't just studied Gotham's history, he'd found ways to recreate it, installing his own elevated command posts where the original bell towers no longer existed. Each temporary installation would give him the same tactical advantages as these ancient stone towers. "You won't complete your count," Batman said quietly, moving closer. "Won't I?" Zash's empty smile widened. "Look around, Batman. This city is full of people who walk alone in the dark, who stay late at work, who think their routines make them safe. 57 opportunities to prove that safety is just an illusion, that in the end we're all just numbers waiting to be counted." Rain continued pattering against the tower's windows, and somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled across Gotham's skyline. The storm was intensifying, which would make Batman's job both harder and easier. Harder to track movement, but the weather would also drive more people indoors, reducing the number of potential victims on the streets. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried urgent concern. "I'm detecting movement at 3 other bell tower locations. He's not working alone." "Associates?" Batman asked, both aloud and through his communication system. "Hired help," Zazish confirmed. "Very specific skill sets. Electronics experts who don't ask questions. Urban climbers who can access difficult locations. People who understand that some jobs are about precision rather than passion." His fingers moved across the keyboards again, and in the distance, another section of Gotham went dark. 58 minutes of preparation for the next zone. The counting continues. Batman lunged forward, but Zaj was already moving, slipping through a window that opened onto the tower's exterior maintenance platform. The killer moved with the confidence of someone who had studied every possible escape route, his scarred hands finding handholds in the ancient stonework that Batman could barely see in the rain-soaked darkness. "He's climbing down the exterior," Batman reported through his cowl. "Alfred, coordinate with GCPD to establish a perimeter, but keep them back. If he has people at other locations, we can't risk him signaling them to accelerate their timeline." "Already contacting Commissioner Gordon," Alfred replied. "But Master Bruce, if he's been planning this for months, he'll have contingencies we haven't considered." Batman followed Zasher onto the exterior platform, rain immediately soaking through his cape as he tracked the killer's descent down the tower's rain-slicked stones. The climb was treacherous, even with specialized equipment. Doing it in these conditions required either desperation or the kind of methodical fearlessness that came with genuine madness. Zash moved like someone who had practiced this exact route dozens of times, finding secure holds even in the dark. But Batman had advantages of his own: better equipment, enhanced vision, and most importantly, years of experience moving through Gotham's vertical landscape in all weather conditions. "You can't stop all of us, Batman," Zetash called up through the rain. "Even if you catch me, there are already people in position at the next 3 locations. The counting continues whether I'm there to do it personally or not." "Alfred," Batman sub-vocalized as he continued his pursuit, "locate those other positions. If he's got people at 3 more towers, we need to coordinate simultaneous takedowns." "Working on it now," Alfred replied. "I'm also reaching out to Dr. Tompkins. Her psychological profile of Zez might help us understand how to disrupt his specific methodical approach." Zesh reached a ledge about 30 feet above street level and paused, looking up at Batman with that characteristic empty expression. "You know what's beautiful about counting, Batman? It's pure. No emotion, no sentiment, no false hope, just accurate accounting of what is. 57 opportunities to demonstrate that truth." "And what happens after 57? Batman asked, continuing his descent while keeping the killer in sight. 58, Zash replied simply. "The counting never stops. It just finds new parameters, new categories, new ways to keep accurate books." He pulled something from his jacket. Not a weapon, but what appeared to be a remote control device. "Like right now. Even talking to you counts as time invested in the project. Every minute we spend on this conversation is 1 minute closer to the next blackout, the next opportunity, the next point scored." Before Batman could react, Zarsh activated the device. Immediately the lights in the surrounding blocks began flickering in a specific pattern. Not random outages, but a coded signal. In the distance, Batman could see similar light patterns appearing across the city as other members of Zezash's network acknowledged the message. "They know to accelerate the timeline now," Zezash explained conversationally. 3 simultaneous blackouts, 3 simultaneous hunting opportunities. The math becomes more efficient when you parallelize the process. Batman launched a grappling line towards Ixos's position, but the killer was already moving again, swinging from the ledge to a neighboring building's fire escape with practiced ease. The rain made everything slippery, dangerous, but Zixos navigated the route like someone who had rehearsed it extensively. "Master Bruce!" Alfred's voice carried real alarm. "Power outages are beginning in 3 separate districts simultaneously. The Merchants' Quarter, the Old Industrial District, and the University area. Each blackout zone encompasses roughly 4 square blocks." "Response times?" Batman asked. Pursuing Zangs upon the palace and becoming increasingly treacherous as the storm intensified. "GPP is mobilizing, but they're spread thin across 3 locations, and Master Bruce. Dr. Tompkins just arrived at the cave. She says Zashak's methodical counting behavior suggests he's entered a state of complete emotional detachment. He'll continue following his pattern regardless of consequences to himself or others. Batman could see what she meant. Zet was moving through the dangerous storm conditions without any apparent concern for his own safety, focused entirely on executing his predetermined plan. That single-minded determination made him both predictable and extremely dangerous. Predictable because he would stick to his pattern, dangerous because nothing would deter him from completing it. "Tell Dr. Tompkins I need to know how to break his counting pattern," Batman called through the communication system as he leapt from one building to another following Zazia's route across Gotham's skyline. There has to be something that disrupts his methodical thinking. Zeth had reached another bell tower, this one attached to a more modern church, its architecture less ornate, but its height still commanding a clear view of multiple city blocks. The killer disappeared through a service door, clearly familiar with this building's layout as well. Dr. Tompkins suggests that Zeth's counting serves as a psychological anchor, Alfred reported. Breaking the pattern might require forcing him to confront something that can't be reduced to simple arithmetic, something that represents genuine human complexity rather than numerical abstraction. Batman reached the church and found the service door Zaz had used. The interior was better maintained than St. Bartholomew's, but still largely empty at this hour. However, as he climbed toward the bell tower, he could hear voices. Not just Zaz's methodical counting, but someone else, a frightened voice pleading. "Please, I don't understand what this is about. I was just walking home from work. I don't have anything valuable." 61, 62, 63. Zaz's counting continued underneath the other voice, treating the human pleas as background noise to his arithmetic. Batman reached the bell chamber to find Zezash with a hostage, a young woman in scrubs who had probably been working a late shift at one of the nearby medical facilities. She was bound to one of the bell supports, eyes wide with terror as Zezij moved around her with clinical detachment. "Ah, Batman," Zezij said without looking up from his equipment. "Perfect timing. You can watch the next phase of the count. This one makes 64 when I'm finished with her." "Let her go," Batman said, studying the chamber's layout for tactical options. "Your pattern doesn't require witnesses, doesn't it?" Zvash finally looked up, his scarred face showing mild interest. "I've been thinking about the original bell towers, Batman. They weren't just for calling people to prayer. They were for marking time, announcing important events, making sure the whole community heard significant news." He gestured toward the hostage. "What's more significant than demonstrating that all those people down there, living their little lives, thinking they matter? What's more significant than proving they're just numbers in someone else's count?" "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried urgency. "The other blackout zones. We're getting reports of multiple casualties. His people are working faster than anticipated." Batman moved slowly around the chamber's perimeter, keeping his hands visible while calculating angles and distances. The hostage, her name tag read Sarah, was watching him with desperate hope, but he could see that Sash had positioned her where any rescue attempt would be complicated by the bell tower's confined space. "Sarah?" Batman said quietly, making eye contact with the young woman. "I need you to listen to my voice. And stay calm. This is going to be over soon." "See, that's the problem with people like you, Batman," Zeth interjected, his counting temporarily paused. "You make promises you can't keep. You tell them everything will be fine when the arithmetic says otherwise. 64 lives taken, and how many more could have been saved if people just accepted the math instead of clinging to false hope?" "The math?" Batman asked. genuinely curious about Zash's reasoning. Sometimes the best way to disrupt a methodical mind was to make it explain its logic. Simple, Zashi replied, warming to the subject. Gotham has roughly 8 million people. Crime statistics show that approximately 2% will be victims of serious violent crime annually. That's 160,000 victims per year, or about 440 per day. He gestured around the bell chamber. I'm just making the process more efficient, more honest. Instead of pretending those numbers represent abstract statistics, I make them real, personal, accurate. But you're not preventing those crimes, Batman pointed out. You're adding to them. Am I? Sasha's empty smile returned. Or am I just bringing clarity to a process that was happening anyway? These 57 people would have died violent deaths eventually. Car accidents, domestic violence, random street crime, medical malpractice. I'm simply making their deaths count for something, adding them to a tally that means something. Sarah was listening to this exchange with growing horror, but Batman noticed something else. She was also looking around the bell chamber with the practical eye of someone assessing her situation. Medical training, he realized. She was compartmentalizing her fear and trying to understand her circumstance. Master Bruce, Alfred whispered through the cowl. Dr. Tompkins says that Zisage's mathematical reasoning is a defense mechanism against genuine human connection. If you can force him to see his victims as individuals rather than numbers. Sarah, Batman said, still maintaining eye contact with the hostage. Tell me about your work. What? She looked confused, glancing between Batman and your work, Batman repeated. You're wearing scrubs, so you work in healthcare. Tell me what you do. I'm a pediatric nurse, Sarah said hesitantly. At Children's Hospital, I work in the cancer ward. Irrelevant, Zash interjected, but his counting had stopped again. Occupation doesn't change the arithmetic. How many children have you helped? Batman asked Sarah, ignoring Zash's eyes. I don't know, she replied, then seemed to understand what he was asking. Dozens, maybe hundreds over the past 3 years. Kids who were scared, who needed someone to hold their hand during treatments, who just needed someone to listen when they couldn't sleep because they were worried about whether they'd get better. Numbers, Sachet said, but his voice lacked its earlier certainty. Just different categories in the count. What about the parents? Batman continued. The families who were terrified of losing their children. Sarah's voice grew stronger as she continued, and Batman noticed that her fear was transforming into something else. Professional confidence mixed with genuine compassion. Every family is different. Mrs. Chen, whose daughter had leukemia, she used to bring homemade soup for the whole staff because she said we were taking better care of her child than she could. She learned to make it from her grandmother's recipe. And every Tuesday for 8 months, she'd show up with enough for 20 people because she said kindness was contagious if you shared it properly. She paused, looking directly at Zesh, who had stopped counting but was staring at her with growing confusion. Monsieur Rodriguez learned to play guitar specifically for his son during chemotherapy. He'd never played an instrument before, but he practiced for hours every night after work because Carlos loved music, and the treatments made him too sick to enjoy anything else. By the time Carlos went into remission, his father could play 30 songs by heart. Batman could see the effect Sarah's detailed stories were having on Sveas. The killer's methodical demeanor was beginning to crack as he confronted descriptions of human behavior that couldn't be reduced to simple calculations. Each story contained layers of motivation, emotion, and connection that his arithmetic couldn't process. The Johnson family started their support group after their daughter Rebecca finished treatment. Sarah continued, her voice gaining strength, but it wasn't just for other parents. They included siblings, grandparents, even the family pets. Because Rebecca had noticed that her little brother felt left out when everyone focused on her illness, and her grandfather felt helpless because he couldn't fix what was wrong. So they created a space where everyone affected by childhood cancer could share their fears and hopes together. "Stop," Zach said again, but his voice lacked conviction. His hands moved restlessly, as if trying to find something to count. But Sarah's stories were too complex for simple tallies. "Dr. Tompkins is monitoring through the audio feed," Alfred reported quietly. "She says Zaz's psychological defenses are breaking down. His counting mechanism can't process narratives that involve multiple interconnected relationships and ongoing emotional growth." Batman used Zaz's distraction to move slightly closer, but he was careful not to make any sudden movements that might trigger a violent response. Instead, he encouraged Sarah to continue sharing her experiences. "Tell him about the support network the family's created," Batman suggested. Sarah nodded, understanding intuitively what he was trying to accomplish. They didn't just meet once a week for an hour. They became like an extended family. When one child was having a difficult treatment day, other families would bring meals, help with transportation, watch siblings. When Rebecca's hair started growing back, Mrs. Patterson, whose son was just beginning treatment, asked if Rebecca would visit him because he was scared about losing his hair. "These aren't numbers," Zasha protested, but his voice was weaker now. They're complications that don't change the final count." "Are they?" Sarah asked. "Because Rebecca did visit Jeremy Patterson, and she brought photo albums showing how her hair grew back, and she taught him how to tie scarves in cool patterns, and Jeremy started helping other kids who were scared about hair loss, and those kids started an art project making hats for new patients, and the art project got local high school students involved as volunteers, and those volunteers started a scholarship fund for families who couldn't afford parking at the hospital during long treatment stays." Batman watched as Zissani's face cycled through expressions of confusion, frustration, and something that might have been wonder. The killer who reduced everything to simple arithmetic was confronting a chain of human connections that grew more complex rather than simpler over time. "How do you count that network?" Batman asked gently. Same girl's recovery became a support system for dozens of other families. "Where does that appear in your mathematics? 65, 66, 67? Zash started counting again, but the numbers sounded forced, like he was trying to drown out Sarah's words. "And the children themselves?" Batman prompted. "Each one is different," Sarah said, her voice gaining conviction as she spoke. "Emma, who's 7 and wants to be a veterinarian because she says animals don't judge you for being bald. Marcus, who's 13 and writes poetry about what it feels like to be brave when you're really scared. Little Amy, who's only 4 but always shares her toys with kids who are having bad days." "Stop," Zash said, his hands moving toward his equipment. "This doesn't change the math." "Doesn't it?" Batman asked. "You said Gotham has 8 million people, but you're talking about them like they're all identical units. Sarah just described individuals, people with names, stories, connections to other people. How do you count that complexity? 68? 69? 70? Zez said louder, but Batman could see confusion creeping into his empty expression. "Master Bruce," Alfred said quietly. His psychological profile suggests he uses counting to avoid processing emotional complexity. You're forcing him to confront exactly what his defense mechanism is designed to avoid. Batman continued his slow movement around the chamber, while Sarah kept talking, describing more of the children she'd cared for, their families, their fears and hopes and individual quirks. With each story, Zazash's counting became more agitated, less precise. "How do you count hope?" Batman asked. "Emma's dream of becoming a veterinarian, is that a positive number or negative? Marcus's poetry about courage, where does that fit in your arithmetic?" "It doesn't matter," Zash insisted, but he'd stopped counting entirely now. They're all going to die anyway. All of them, the children, their parents, their dreams. None of it matters, because the final count is always the same. 0. "Is it?" Sarah asked, speaking directly to Zash for the first time, because Emma's been in remission for 6 months now. And Marcus just got accepted to a creative writing program. And Amy hugged me yesterday and told me I was her favorite grown-up. How do you count that? Zask stared at her, his scarred face showing an expression Batman had never seen before. Uncertainty. The methodical killer who reduced everything to simple arithmetic was confronting something that couldn't be quantified, couldn't be reduced to marks on skin or numbers in a lead. "The bells," Zash said suddenly, looking up at the massive bronze instruments hanging above them. "The bells used to count for the whole city. Hours, celebrations, warnings, deaths. They kept the count when people couldn't." But they weren't just counting, Batman realized. They were communicating. Telling people about weddings, births, festivals, moments of joy as well as sorrow. For the first time since Batman had known him, Zash looked genuinely lost. His hands moved toward his carved tallies, touching the scars as if counting them, but the gesture seemed automatic rather than purposeful. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice was barely audible. "The other locations. GCPD has successfully apprehended his associates. The blackouts are ending." Batman used Sizek's momentary confusion to move closer, but instead of attacking, he began working on Sarah's restraints. "Your count was never accurate," he told Zaz quietly. "You were only tracking endings, never beginnings, never the moments that make people more than just numbers." "But the math," Zeth protested weakly. "The math was incomplete," Sarah said as Batman freed her hands. "In medicine, we don't just count deaths. We count recoveries, successful treatments, years of life saved, families kept together. Your arithmetic was missing half the equation." Zeth looked around the bell chamber as if seeing it for the first time. The storm outside was beginning to pass, and moonlight was filtering through the windows, illuminating the ancient bells with silver light. For a moment, the killer seemed to hear something in their silence. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of all the sounds they had once made, all the communications they had carried across centuries of human joy and sorrow. "I don't know how to count that," he admitted finally, his voice small and lost. "Then maybe it's time to stop counting," Batman said, gently. When GCPD finally arrived to take Zethers into custody, they found him sitting quietly among the bells, no longer carving new tallies into his skin, no longer reducing the world to simple arithmetic. The killer who had terrorized Gotham with methodical madness had encountered something his mathematics couldn't quantify: the irreducible complexity of human connection. Officer Chen, who had remained at the perimeter during the confrontation, approached Batman as the suspect was being loaded into a police transport. "Detective Morrison wants a full report," she said, her voice steadier now that the immediate danger had passed. "But Batman, what you did up there, getting him to stop counting, how did you know that would work?" "I didn't," Batman admitted, "but sometimes the best way to defeat systematic thinking is to confront it with something genuinely unsystematic. Human connections, genuine emotions, stories that can't be reduced to data points." Chen nodded thoughtfully. "The training academy teaches us to look for patterns in criminal behavior, But they also warn us about criminals who've reduced people to patterns themselves. Zax was treating victims like entries in a ledger. And now? Batman asked. Now, he'll have to confront the fact that every entry in his ledger was a complete person, with relationships, dreams, fears, hopes. That's going to be harder mathematics for him to process. Sarah emerged from the bell tower supported by MMTs, but she insisted on speaking with Batman before being taken to the hospital for observation. "I wanted to thank you," she said. "Not just for rescuing me, but for understanding what I was trying to do when I started talking about the families. You recognize that his counting was a psychological defense mechanism," Batman observed. "Your medical training helped you see what needed to be disrupted. Pediatric nursing teaches you that every patient is part of a larger system," Sarah explained. "You can't treat a child's illness without understanding their family dynamics, their emotional needs, their social connections. When I heard him reducing people to numbers, I knew the only way to fight that was to show him how impossibly complex each person actually is." Batman watched as she was helped into an ambulance, struck by how her professional experience had provided exactly the tools needed to break Zash's psychological pattern. In treating sick children, she had learned to see the full humanity in each patient, precisely what Zeb's methodology was designed to avoid. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the cowl as the emergency vehicles departed. "I finished analyzing the electronic equipment Zizach left behind. His network was even more sophisticated than we realized. He had detailed psychological profiles of potential victims, predictive models for their behavior patterns, even algorithmic calculations for optimal timing of each attack. All of it designed to reduce human behavior to predictable data," Batman replied, looking up at the bell tower where Zuzaz had conducted his mechanical planning. "But he never accounted for the variables that can't be predicted. The choices people make because of love, compassion, connection to others. Indeed, his mathematical models were quite elegant, but they were based on the assumption that human beings act in isolation, making decisions based purely on self-interest and predictable psychological patterns. He never calculated for the possibility that a nurse would risk her own safety to talk a killer out of his delusions because she couldn't stand to see people reduced to numbers." Batman began his journey back across Gotham's rooftops, the storm finally clearing to reveal a sky full of stars. The city's lights stretched out below him, each window representing lives that were far more complex than any mathematical equation could catch. "Alfred," he said as he moved through the urban landscape, "add a note to Zazar's file. His psychological profile should emphasize that his counting compulsion serves as a defense against emotional complexity. Any future containment or treatment protocols should focus on gradually reintroducing him to the kind of human connections he's been trying to avoid. Rather than trying to suppress his methodical tendencies, help him apply them to understanding positive human connections instead of cataloging negative ones. Exactly. If he's going to count something, let him count acts of kindness, moments of connection, instances of people choosing compassion over self-interest. Let him discover that those numbers add up to something much larger than his previous arithmetic." Days later, Batman stood in the Batcave as Alfred compiled the final report on what the media had dubbed the Bell Tower Conspiracy. The scope of Zez's network had been even more extensive than initially realized. 9 separate locations across Gotham, each chosen for its historical significance and tactical advantages, each equipped with sophisticated electronics for coordinating blackouts and monitoring potential victims. The psychiatric evaluation suggests that Zez spent over a year planning this operation. Alfred reported, reviewing files on multiple computer screens. His preparation was extraordinarily thorough. He studied not just the architecture of Gotham's original bell towers, but the social patterns of the neighborhoods they once served, the demographic data of potential victims, even the psychological profiles of law enforcement officers who might respond to incidents in each area. Batman studied the network diagram Alfred had created, showing how each bell tower location was connected to the others through electronic communications and shared tactical planning. He turned the city's own infrastructure into a weapon. The power grid, the cellular networks, even the historical architecture, all of it became part of his systematic approach to murder. But there's something quite remarkable in the psychiatric reports, Alfred continued, pulling up a different file. Dr. Tompkins has been working with him since his arrest, and she says his obsession with counting hasn't disappeared. Instead, it's been redirected. How? He's begun keeping track of positive interactions between hospital staff members. Numbers of times nurses help each other with difficult patients. Instances of doctors staying late to comfort worried families. Occasions when security guards go out of their way to help lost visitors find their destination. Alfred's voice carried a note of wonder. His methodical mind is still active, but now it's cataloguing acts of kindness instead of opportunities for violence. Batman felt a cautious optimism at this news. Sarah's intervention worked better than we hoped. Indeed. According to Dr. Tompkins, when Zash realized that human connections create exponentially complex networks of positive interaction, he became fascinated by trying to map those networks instead of disrupting them. His counting compulsion found a new target, one that reveals growth and connection, rather than reduction and isolation. The reports also detailed the aftermath of Zash's network dismantling. His associates, mostly hired specialists with technical skills rather than committed followers, had been arrested without significant resistance once their central coordination system was disrupted. None of them had fully understood the scope of what they were helping to create, having been told they were participating in an elaborate urban planning survey rather than a murder conspiracy. The electronic equipment he installed in the bell towers, Batman noted, "What's been done with it?" "An interesting development there," Alfred replied with what sounded like satisfaction. "James Henderson, the caretaker for St. Bartholomew's, has been working with the city's Historical Preservation Society to repurpose some of the equipment for legitimate bell tower restoration projects. They're using Zazaba's communications network to coordinate efforts to bring several of Gotham's original church bells back into service." Batman looked up from the reports, intrigued. They're making music instead of coordinating murder. Precisely. And there's more. The Children's Hospital where Sarah works has received a substantial anonymous donation to expand their family support programs. The donor specifically requested that the funds be used to help families build the kind of connections that, quote, "can't be reduced to simple arithmetic." A nominous donation from a Gotham philanthropist who was apparently inspired by news reports of how a pediatric nurse helped resolve a hostage situation by demonstrating the complexity of human compassion, Alfred replied with a slight smile in his voice. "I believe you know this philanthropist quite well." Batman nodded, pleased that some good had emerged from the confrontation with Satosh, but he was also aware that the killer's systematic approach had revealed something troubling about Gotham itself. How vulnerable the city's infrastructure was to someone with sufficient planning and technical knowledge. "We need to work with the city to improve security around critical infrastructure," he said. "Power grids, communications networks, historical buildings that could be used as tactical positions. Z's won't be the last person to try weaponizing the city's own systems." "Already begun," Alfred assured him. I've been consulting with city planners and security specialists, ostensibly on behalf of Wayne Enterprises' urban development initiatives. We're implementing redundant safeguards and monitoring systems that should prevent anyone from gaining the kind of systematic control Zash achieved. And the bell towers themselves. That's perhaps the most encouraging development. The restoration project has generated significant community interest. Churches that have been struggling to maintain their historic bell towers are finding volunteers and financial support. The towers that Zeus tried to turn into instruments of death are becoming symbols of community resilience instead. 57 bell towers, Alfred mused, reviewing the historical documents they'd recovered. He'd researched every single one, mapped their areas of influence, planned murders that would have taken months to complete. But he never understood what they really represented, Batman replied. Demon weren't just counting markers, they were communication tools, ways for communities to share important moments, both tragic and joyful. Rather like our own work, Alfred observed quietly. We spend so much time focused on preventing tragedies that we sometimes forget to count the victories. Batman nodded, looking out over Gotham's skyline where lights twinkled in windows representing millions of individual lives. People like Sarah going about their daily work of caring for others, creating connections that couldn't be reduced to simple numbers. The city's original bell towers might be silent now, but the communication they had once facilitated continued in countless other forms. Master Bruce, Alfred said after a moment, I've been thinking about what you said regarding incomplete mathematics. Perhaps we should keep our own tally, not just of crimes prevented, but of lives genuinely improved, connections preserved, moments of hope created. A different kind of counting, Batman agreed. One that acknowledges complexity rather than reducing it. In the distance, thunder rolled gently across Gotham, but this time it sounded less like a threat and more like the city's own deep voice, carrying messages of resilience and renewal across its ancient rooftops and modern streets. The bell towers might be silent, but Gotham itself continued to speak. In the voices of nurses caring for sick children, in the footsteps of police officers walking their beats, in the quiet determination of those who chose to build rather than destroy. The counting continued, but now it included more than endings. It encompassed beginnings, connections, hopes, and the infinite complexity of lives lived fully rather than reduced to mere arithmetic. In Gotham's vast equation, every individual story mattered. Every act of compassion counted, and the final sum was always more than the simple addition of its parts. As the storm passed and dawn approached, Batman prepared to return to his own counting, not of defeats inflicted or victories achieved, but of the countless small moments that made the city's equation balance toward hope rather than despair. The morning light was beginning to filter through Gotham's skyline, illuminating bell towers, both ancient and newly restored, each one representing not just architectural heritage, but the human connections that had built and maintained them across generations. He thought about Sarah, who would return to work in a few days, continuing her care for sick children and their families. Her stories had broken through Zash's systematic thinking, not because they were exceptionally dramatic, but because they revealed the ordinary complexity of human compassion. Parents learning new skills to comfort their children, strangers becoming friends through shared challenges, small acts of kindness rippling outward in ways that couldn't be predicted or controlled. Master Bruce, Alfred said quietly, there's one more thing about the bell towers that I think you should know. The restoration project has uncovered something quite remarkable in several of the churches. What kind of something? Hidden archives, documents, letters, records that were sealed away decades ago during various renovations. Personal testimonies from parishioners about how the bell towers helped them through difficult times. Stories of people who heard the bells during moments of crisis and found comfort in knowing they weren't alone in the city. Batman considered this as he looked out over Gotham's awakening streets. The idea that these towers had always served as more than just architectural features, that they had been sources of connection and comfort for people facing their own dark moments, seemed fitting given recent events. 10 letter in particular, Alfred continued, written in 1943 by a woman whose husband was killed in the war. She wrote about how the evening bells helped her realize that her grief was part of a larger community of people who had experienced loss, and that the towers were calling not just to summon people to prayer, but to remind them that they were part of something bigger than their individual sorrows. Community mathematics, Batman said softly. Addition instead of subtraction. Indeed. And Master Bruce, I've been thinking about our own work in those terms. Every night you go out into Gotham, you're not just preventing crimes or stopping criminals. You're maintaining connections between people who might otherwise feel abandoned, between communities that might otherwise fragment, between hope and despair. Batman nodded, understanding what Alfred was suggesting. His mission in Gotham had always been about more than crime fighting. It was about preserving the social fabric that held the city together, protecting the invisible networks of trust and mutual support that made urban life possible. The bell towers were communication devices, he reflected. They helped people coordinate their activities, mark important moments, call for help when needed. In some ways, that's what we do too. We help the city communicate with itself, respond to crises, maintain the connections that keep it functioning. And like those original bell ringers, we serve something larger than ourselves, Alfred added. The towers didn't ring for the glory of the person pulling the ropes. They rang because the community needed to hear from them. As full daylight spread across Gotham, Batman could see people beginning their daily routines. Commuters heading to work, children walking to school, shopkeepers opening their businesses. Each person was part of countless interconnected networks of relationship and responsibility, creating an urban ecosystem too complex for any mathematical model to fully capture. In the distance, he could hear the first test rings from St. Bartholomew's newly restored bells, their deep bronze voices carrying across the city with a sound that was both ancient and immediate. Other towers would follow as the restoration project continued, until Gotham's sky would once again be filled with the kind of purposeful communication that had once helped previous generations navigate their own challenges and celebrations. The final count, Batman said, as he prepared to return to Wayne Manor, isn't about adding up victories and defeats. It's about maintaining the connections that make counting itself meaningful. Rather like faith, Alfred observed. Most powerful not when it's calculating advantage, but when it's simply maintaining presence, being available when needed, ringing out across the darkness to let people know they're not alone. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.